안녕하십니까. 지금부터 제18차 한중동 협력포럼을 시작하겠습니다. 한국-아랍소사이어티 제주평화연구원, 국제중동위원회가 공동주최하고 또 대한민국 외교부가 후원하는 제18차 한중동 협력포럼에 오신 여러분을 진심으로 환영합니다. 저는 오늘 이 뜻깊은 행사의 진행을 맡은 최지희입니다. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will now begin the 18th Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum. My name is Choi Ji-hee, and I will be your host for today's forum. It's my great honor to officially welcome you all to the 18th Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum. 먼저 바쁘신 일정에도 불구하고 모두 이 포럼에 참석해 주셔서 대단히 감사하다는 말씀 전합니다. First of all, I would like to extend my greatest gratitude to all the VIPs and delegations for participating despite your busy schedules. Thank you very much for being here with us at the 18th Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum. 제18차 한중동 협력포럼은 상생공영을 위한 한중동 미래지향적 파트너십 구축이라는 대주제로 한중동 협력의 새로운 패러다임을 통해 현 정치, 경제, 사회 전 환경에 걸쳐서 상생을 위한 미래지향적 파트너십 방안에 대해 논의하고자 합니다. Held under the theme of building a future-oriented Korea-Middle East partnership for mutual benefit and common prosperity, today's forum will explore a new paradigm of Korea-Middle East partnership, discussing how to develop a future-oriented partnership to advance mutual benefit in the areas of politics, economy, and society. 오늘 포럼은 잠시 후 개회식을 시작으로 세션 1 변화하는 중동 기회를 극대화하는 방안, 세션 2 공급망 및 미래 산업 분야 협력 틀 구축, 세션 3 국제 정세 불안정에 따른 식량안보 협력 방향이 연이어 진행되며 끝으로 폐회식과 함께 행사가 종료될 예정입니다. 여러분들의 많은 관심과 참여 끝까지 부탁드리겠습니다. The opening ceremony will begin shortly, and after the opening ceremony, we will have session 1 on a changing Middle East, approaches to maximize opportunities, session 2, establishing a cooperative framework on supply chains and future industries, and session 3, ways to address food security in response to global instability will follow. And we will have the closing ceremony to end today's forum. 그럼 지금부터 본격적으로 개회식을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 마영삼 한국-아랍소사이어티 사무총장님의 개회사가 있겠습니다. 여러분 뜨거운 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. Now we will begin the opening ceremony. I would like to invite His Excellency Ma Young-sam, Secretary General of Korea Arab Society, to deliver his opening remarks. Please give him a big round of applause.
존경하는 박용민 대한민국 외교부 다자 외교조정관님, 존경하는 롤로와 라시드 알카텔 카타르 외교부 차관보님, 압둘라지즈 알로 카타르 외교연구원 원장님, 타릭 유세프 국제중동위원회 소장님, 샤픽 하사디 주한 아랍 외교단장님과 아랍 국가 대사님들, 한인택 제주평화연구원장님, 그리고 김정훈 한아랍소사이어티 자문위원님, 발표와 토론에 참여하시는 연사님들, 그리고 내외 기빈 여러분, 오늘 제18차 한중동 협력 포럼에 참석해 주셔서 깊이 감사드립니다. 지난 2003년 이집트 카이로에서 처음 시작된 본 포럼이 어느덧 18차례를 맞이하였습니다. 그동안 양측은 정치, 경제, 사회, 문화 그리고 학술적으로 괄목할 만한 협력 관계를 이루어 왔습니다. 이를 바탕으로 이번 포럼은 상생공영을 위한 한중동 미래지향적 파트너십 구축을 대주제로 잡았습니다. 특히 검차 포럼은 중동 지역에서 우수한 연구활동과 활발한 학술 교류를 전개하고 있는 카타르의 국제중동위원회와 함께 기획하고 준비함으로써 한 차원 높은 학술 행사로 발전시키고자 노력하고 있습니다. 내외 기빈 여러분, 지금 세계는 코로나19 팬데믹, 기후변화, 우크라이나 사태, 미중 갈등 등으로 인해 국제 안보 환경이 더욱 불안해지고 있으며 세계 경제도 큰 위협을 받고 있습니다. 이는 또한 한반도와 중동 양측에 미칠 힘의 역학관계에도 중요한 변수가 될 전망입니다. 이러한 배경 하에서 오늘 포럼은 전문 주제별로 3개의 세션으로 나누어 우리가 당면한 위협에 대해 공동으로 대응하기 위한 방안을 모색해보고 논의해보고자 합니다. 내외 기빈 여러분, 한중동 협력포럼의 취지는 그동안 잘 몰랐던 한국과 중동의 여러 국가들이 서로를 이해하고 미래지향적 관계의 초석을 다지는 데 있습니다. 특히 이번 포럼에서는 학계, 정부, 국제기구 등 세계 분야 전문가들께서 지혜를 모아 심도 있는 토론을 하고 또한 바람직한 정책 방향을 제시해 줄 것으로 기대하고 있습니다. 오늘 이 자리에 함께하신 여러분께 감사드리며 참신한 아이디어와 고견을 많이 개진해 주실 것을 당부드립니다. 끝으로 이 자리를 마련해 주시기 위해서 노력해 주신 두 파트너 기관인 제주평화연구원과 카타르의 국제중동위원회에 감사드리며 대한민국 외교부 및 카타르 외교부의 지원에도 깊이 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 슈클란 자질란.
네, 감사합니다, 사무총장님. Thank you very much for your cheerful remarks, Your Excellency. 다음으로 카타르 국제중동위원회의 타릭 유세프 소장님의 개회사가 있겠습니다. Next, Dr. Tariq Youssef, Director at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs, will deliver his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Bismillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulullah. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a great pleasure to be here in Seoul for the 18th iteration of the Korea-Middle East Cooperation Forum. This year's forum comes at a very important time in Asian Gulf and Asian Middle East relations at large. As the economic weight of the world gravitates towards Asia, we have seen increased cooperation across many fields between the Gulf, the Middle East, and Korea. Economic ties in particular are of great importance amidst global economic uncertainty and energy insecurity, with the Gulf and the Middle East emerging as some of Korea's and Asia's biggest trading partners and vice versa. Qatar's relations with Korea have in particular experienced a substantial and significant increase across many fields. Qatar today hosts some 200 Korean companies. It has built some of the landmark infrastructures that have come to typify and define Doha's landscape, including the Doha Metro, the Thumama Stadium, which will be hosting some of the World Cup's games, and the Qatar National Museums. The relationship has also extended and especially been deepened in the field of energy cooperation, exemplified by the extension of a signing agreement where Qatar will continue to be the largest exporter of LNG to Korea, and Korean companies will be contributing significantly to the expansion of Qatar's gas production. But the relations have also extended in the political and cultural fields as well. We've seen the expansion and the deepening of Qatar-Korea strategic dialogue, which is in its 6th iteration this year, and the people's cooperation and relations have also deepened recently and will likely expand. Perhaps most relevant for today's timing of the Cooperation Forum is the fact that in the next day or so I will be traveling back to Doha with some 5,000 Korean fans who will be participating in celebrating their World Cup team's participation in this year. We've also heard that the gods have answered the prayers of the Korean people, and their star player Song might even be participating in the upcoming games. I would be cheering for them and attending one or two of the games, along with many other Arab countries and nations participating in the upcoming World Cup. For us at the MECouncil for Global Affairs, these bridges between Asia and the Middle East, including the Gulf, are of particular importance. At a time with global uncertainty and a changing international system, building bridges of cooperation, of dialogue, of exchange, of deepening ties between us and Korea, between Qatar and Korea, between the Middle East and Korea, and between the Middle East and Qatar and Asia at large is of the utmost importance. In this regard, I want to extend a very special thanks and gratitude to our partners at the Korea Middle East Society and at the Jeju Peace Institute for extending a hand and inviting us to support the Korea Middle East Forum this year, next year in Doha, and the year after in Seoul. This cooperation speaks volumes, I think, to our growing relations, to our growing commitment, and to the interests of the partners, the Korea-Arab-Society, ourselves, and the Jeju Peace Institute, in furthering expanding the realms of cooperation and exploring a future that will bring the Middle East and Korea, the Middle East and Asia together in closer forums of cooperation built on common values, built on mutual respect, and built on mutual reinforcing interests. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be with you today, and I wish you the best of luck and time in the ongoing deliberations that will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your warm opening remarks, Dr. Tariq Youssef. 다음으로 환영사를 해주실 외교부의 박용민 다자외교 조정관님을 무대 위로 모시겠습니다. 여러분 따뜻한 박수 부탁드립니다.
타릭 유세프 카타르 국제중동위원회 소장님, 마영삼 한국-아랍소사이어티 사무총장님, 현인택 제주평화연구원장님, 압둘라지즈 알호르 카타르 외교연구원 원장님, 샤피크 라샤디 주한 아랍 대사단장님, 주한 아랍 대사단 여러분, 내외 귀빈 여러분, 아살람 알레이쿰. 제18차 한중동 협력 포럼에 참석해 주신 여러분을 진심으로 환영합니다. 참석은 못하셨지만 영상으로 환영사를 보내주신 카타르 외교부의 룰와 라시드 알 카테르 차관보님께도 감사드립니다. 한중동 협력 포럼은 2003년에 최초로 개최된 이래 한국과 중동이 직면한 도전과 기회에 대해서 논의하고 한국 정부의 대중동 정책과 중동 국가들의 대한국 정책 입안에 필요한 귀중한 자료를 제공하는 중요한 장으로 자리매김해왔습니다. 포럼을 매년 관통해온 키워드는 변화와 미래입니다. 저도 아프리카 중동국장으로 재직하면서 2017년에 제18차 포럼을 준비한 바 있으며 최근 수년간 기후변화 대응, 포스트-오일 시대, 4차 산업혁명과 같은 시의적절한 주제하에 포럼이 개최되어 온 것을 굉장히 뜻깊게 생각합니다. 이런 의미에서 오늘 포럼을 준비해 주신 한국-아랍소사이어티와 제주평화연구원에 감사드리고 아울러 국제중동위원회에 특별한 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 올해부터 국제중동위원회가 한중동 협력 포럼에 새로운 파트너로 참석해서 앞으로 3년간 포럼을 공동 주관할 예정입니다. 카타르 띵크탱크에서 포럼을 주관해 주시는 것은 처음인 만큼 올해 포럼이 더욱 의미가 깊다고 생각합니다. 앞으로 국제중동위원회의 전문성과 식견에 힘입어 포럼이 새로운 추진력을 가지고 발전할 것이라고 확신합니다. 나아가 한 카타르 간 협력과 상호 이해도 더욱 심화될 것으로 기대합니다. 귀빈 여러분, 중동은 한국의 에너지 공급원이자 주요 수출 시장입니다. 작년 기준으로 우리나라가 수입하는 원유의 55%는 중동산이고 지난 20년간 우리가 해외에서 수주한 건설사업 누적 금액은 중동 지역 비중이 46%로 가장 높았습니다. 이런 통계가 지금까지의 전통적인 한중동 협력의 궤적을 보여주고 있다면 오늘날의 협력 관계는 좀 다 다른 미래를 향하고 있습니다. 무엇보다 한국은 중동의 탈석유 경제로의 전환에 동참하고 있습니다. 최고의 기술력을 가지고 시공한 바라카 원자력 발전소가 지금 가동 중에 있고 이런 성과에 힘입어 원전 분야 추가 사업이 이어지고 있습니다. 차세대 청정에너지로 각광받는 수소 분야에서는 중동의 풍부한 천연가스와 한국의 수소 활용 기술을 결합시킨 전환적 협력이 모색되고 있습니다. 그 외에도 해수 담수화, 스마트 시티, AI, 보건 등 우리 생활에 맞닿아 있는 최첨단 미래 산업 분야에서 상생공영을 위한 다각적인 협력이 추진되고 있습니다. 이런 배경에서 출범한 우리 정부는 글로벌 중추국가로서 중동 국가들과 더욱 발전된 관계를 맺으려고 합니다. 정부는 출범 직후부터 중동 국가와 긴밀한 교류를 가져왔습니다. 어제 사우디 왕세자께서 방한하신 바 있고 최근에 UAE, 사우디, 카타르, 이란과 외교장관 회담을 그리고 오만과는 외교차관 회담을 가졌습니다. 앞으로도 중동 각국과 최고위급 교류를 적극 추진해 나갈 것입니다. 민간 차원의 교류가 급격히 활발해지면서 한중동 관계의 토양은 더 단단해지고 있습니다. 1975년 아랍어 방송을 시작한 KBS 월드의 아랍어 유튜브 계정은 26만 명이 넘는 구독자를 자랑하고 있습니다. 아랍어로 노래하는 K-팝 그룹인 BIG도 인기리에 활동하고 있습니다. 올해 사우디, 요르단, 모로코와의 수교 60주년을 맞이해서 중동 문화를 알리는 다양한 행사가 개최되기도 했습니다. 전 세계인들의 이목을 중동으로 집중시키고 있는 카타르 월드컵을 계기로 중동에 대한 한국 국민들의 관심이 높아지기를 기대합니다. 내외 귀빈 여러분, 한국과 중동이 공유하는 미래를 향한 분위기가 무르익는 가운데 세계 각지의 저명한 전문가와 학자들이 오늘 한 자리에 모이셨습니다. 한중동 협력의 발전을 위해서 깊이 있는 견해를 마음껏 교환하는 이 협력 포럼이 되시기를 기대하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 슈크란 제질.
네, 감사합니다. 박용민 다자외교 조정관님. Thank you for your warm remarks, Your Excellency. 그럼 계속해서 카타르 외교부의 롤로아 라시드 알카테르 차관보님께서 환영사를 전해 주실 텐데요. 아쉽게도 자리에 함께 해주시지는 못하셨지만 영상으로 환영의 말씀을 전해 주셨다고 합니다. Next, I would like to introduce Her Excellency Loloa Rashid Al-Qatar, Assistant Foreign Minister of the State of Qatar, who will deliver her welcoming remarks. Unfortunately, she could not be here with us today, but she sent us her messages through video. Let's take a look.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، يطيب لي في البداية أن أتقدم بالتهنئة الخالصة لوزارة الخارجية بجمهورية كوريا، وبالإضافة إلى جمعية كوريا والعرب ومعهد جيجو للسلام بكوريا، ومجلس الشرق الأوسط للشؤون الدولية بدولة قطر على رعاية وتنظيم هذه الدورة من منتدى التعاون 18 بين كوريا الجنوبية والشرق الأوسط تحت شعار بناء شراكة مستقبلية من أجل المنفعة المتبادلة والازدهار المشترك. إن دولة قطر تثمن عاليا استمرار هذا المنتدى كجسر للتعاون بين كوريا الجنوبية والشرق الأوسط، ومنبرا للحوار حول قضايا التعاون الثنائي لمواكبة التطور والذي ساهم في ترسيخ الجهود المشتركة وتعزيز العلاقات في جميع المجالات بما في ذلك الاقتصادية والتجارية والتكنولوجية والثقافية. ومن الأهمية بمكان الإشارة إلى أن انعقاد هذا المنتدى يأتي وسط ظروف دولية وإقليمية متغيرة، ما يحتم علينا البحث في السبل الممكنة لتعزيز التواصل وابتكار مشاريع جديدة للتعاون لتعزيز فرص النمو وزيادة الترابط أكثر بين كوريا الجنوبية ودول الشرق الأوسط. إن العلاقات الثنائية بين كوريا الجنوبية ودول الشرق الأوسط تميزت بالشراكة منذ البداية في مشروعات البنية التحتية في قطاعات الهندسة والبناء والطرق والطاقة، حيث ساهمت الشركات الكورية العاملة في المجالات المختلفة في المشاريع التنموية في دول الشرق الأوسط، مثلما ساهم النفط الخام والغاز الطبيعي والمسال في تحقيق النهضة ومعجزة التنمية الكورية على ضفاف نهر الهان. وقد ازدهرت التبادلات الثنائية في السنوات الأخيرة بين كوريا ودول الشرق الأوسط لتشمل مجالات الطاقة المتجددة والتكنولوجيا والأمن والرعاية الصحية والخدمات الطبية والمشاريع الصغيرة والمتوسطة، فضلا عن التعاون في المدن الذكية. الحضور الكرام، نود أن نؤكد في هذا المنتدى أن دولة قطر لديها علاقات ثنائية متميزة مع جمهورية كوريا الجنوبية وشراكة استراتيجية متينة نعمل على تطويرها وتعزيزها في جميع المجالات بما في ذلك التعاون في مجالات جديدة كالطاقة المتجددة من الشمس والرياح والهيدروجين، والشراكات بين القطاعين العام والخاص، فضلا عن التعاون حول المناخ والنمو الأخضر. فعلى سبيل المثال للحصر، هناك عقود طويلة أو طويلة الأجل تربط كوريا الجنوبية ودولة قطر في مجال الغاز الطبيعي المسال، ومشاركة كبيرة للشركات الكورية في مشاريع التنمية في دولة قطر بما فيها مشاريع كأس العالم 2022 الذي يفصلنا عنه يومان، وصفقات كبيرة وقعتها دولة قطر لشراء سفن للغاز الطبيعي، والكثير من المشروعات التي تجمع البلدين في أكثر من مجال حيوي. ونحن إذ نتطلع إلى رؤية نتائج هذا المنتدى الهام نؤكد أن دولة قطر ستحرص على التعاون الوثيق مع هذا المنتدى خلال السنوات القادمة. بالختام، نجدد شكرنا لجمعية كوريا والعرب ولشركائها في تنظيم هذا المنتدى، ونرجو للجميع نقاشا بناء ونتائج مثمرة. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much for your welcoming messages. 따뜻한 환영의 말씀 해주신 카타르 외교부 차관보님께 감사의 말씀 드리겠습니다. 그럼 이어서 축사를 전해주실 샤픽 하샤디 주한 아랍 외교 단장이자 주한 모로코 대사님을 소개해드리겠습니다. 여러분 따뜻한 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. Next we have His Excellency Shafiq Hashadi, Dean of Arab Diplomatic Corps in Seoul and Ambassador of the Kingdom of Morocco to Korea, with his congratulatory remarks.
안녕하십니까 국민 여러분, 저는 모로코 대사입니다. 만나서 반갑습니다. His Excellency Mr. Park Yong-min, Deputy Minister for Multicultural and Global Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Mr. Yong Sam-ma, Secretary General of Korea-Arab-Society, His Excellency Dr. Abdelaziz, Director of Diplomatic Institute, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar, Excellencies, fellow Ambassador and Chargé d'Affaires, Dr. Intak Han, President of Jeju Institute, Dr. Tariq Youssef, Director of Middle East Council on Global Affairs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. May peace be upon you all. In my capacity as Ambassador of His Majesty the King of Morocco and Dean of the Arab Diplomatic Corps, it is my privilege and honor to participate in this opening ceremony. First, I especially wish to extend my sincere congratulations to the organizers and hosts of the forum, the Korea-Arab-Society, the Jeju Peace Institute, and the Middle East Council on Global Affairs, as well as to the sponsor, the Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, as I look around the room today, I can see the twin goal of cooperation and collaboration represented in every person and group looking back at me. Indeed, initiating and maintaining communication, dialogue, discussion, and intellectual debate through fora like this is essential to any fruitful partnership. That is exactly what Korea-Arab-Society, Jeju Institute, and the Middle East Council have been doing all these years as prominent cultural and intellectual organizations, creating links and connections between Arab countries and Korea, and opening the doors for new economic opportunities. In today's forum, every person here will focus their considerable talents and energies on the trajectory of Korea-Arab relations. We will dive into some challenging questions. How do we develop those relations? How do we strengthen our cooperation? What steps must be taken to build a future-oriented partnership? The answers we find today will provide a key to win-win collaboration between Arab countries and Korea for both the present and future. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by saying that the time is ripe for Korea to take advantage of the dynamic and the remarkable development taking place in the Arab world in the recent years. We can see the increasing cooperation and collaboration playing out in the Arab world emergence as hub for political, ecological, and sporting events such as the Arab League Summit, COP27, and in 2 days, the opening of the World Football Competition in Qatar. Once again, I am so glad to be among you today at this forum. It is particularly meaningful for me to be here, as it coincides with a deeply cherished national holiday in my own country. It is the 67th anniversary of the independence of the Kingdom of Morocco, and it is a pleasure for me to share my joy with all of you. Shukran, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Thank you so much.
네, 샤피 카샤디 대사님 감사합니다. Thank you very much for your encouraging words, Ambassador. 네, 다음으로 저희 포럼의 공동 주최 기관인 국제중동위원회와 제주평화연구원 그리고 한국-아랍소사이어티 간의 학술 교류, 연구활동, 공공외교 증진을 위한 MOU 체결식이 진행되겠습니다. Next, an MOU signing ceremony will take place among the Middle East Council on Global Affairs, the Jeju Peace Institute, and Korea-Arab Society, the three co-hosts for this forum. They will promote academic changes and public diplomacy through this MOU. 새 기관은 MOU 체결을 통해 관심 연구 영역에서의 협력과 파트너십을 증진하는 한편 한중동 협력 포럼의 지속적인 발전과 확대를 위해 2024년까지 본 포럼을 계속 이어나가기로 약속했습니다. Through the signing of the MOU, the three organizations will co-host this forum until 2024 for the continuous development and enhancement of the ties between Korea and Middle East nations. 그럼 국제중동위원회 타릭 유세프 소장님, 제주평화연구원 한인택 원장님, 한국-아랍소사이어티 마영삼 사무총장님 무대 위로 모시겠습니다. Please welcome the three representatives of the co-hosts, Dr. Tariq Youssef of Middle East Council on Global Affairs, Dr. Han In-taek, President of Jeju Peace Institute, and His Excellency Ma Young-sam, Secretary General of KAS. Please give them a big round of applause. 네, 세 분께서는 앞에 놓인 양해 각서에 서명해 주시기 바랍니다. Please sign the MOU placed in front of you. 이어서 상대 측 협약서에도 서명해 주시기 바랍니다. Now please sign the other parties' MOU. 네, 마지막으로 다른 상대 측 협약서에도 서명해 주시기 바랍니다. Since we have three parties signing the MOU, please sign the other parties' MOU as well. 네, 협약 체결 장면 촬영이 있겠으니 협약서를 들고 각자 자리에 일어나셔서 포즈를 취해 주시기 바랍니다. Now please stand up for a commemorative photo. Congratulations. 이번 MOU 체결로 국제중동위원회 제주평화연구원, 한국-아랍소사이어티 간의 교류, 학술 협업 등 다방면에서 상호 적극적인 협력이 진행되기를 기대합니다. This MOU agreement will enhance cooperation in various fields and exchanges among the Middle East Council on Global Affairs, the Jeju Peace Institute, and Korea Arab Society. 이어서 저희 단체 촬영이 있을 예정이오니 MOU 체결을 마치신 분들께서는 다시 단상 앞에 잠시만 대기해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Could all the signers of the MOU please wait in front of the stages before we have a group photo? Thank you very much. 네, MOU는 잠시 책상에 내려두시고 저희 단체 촬영을 위해서 단상 앞에 자리해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. May I have your attention, please? Session 1 is about to begin. I would like to ask all participants to please be seated for the session. Now we will begin session 1 under the theme of A Changing Middle East Approaches to Maximize Opportunities. In each session, each speaker will have 20 minutes to deliver their presentation, followed by a 30-minute discussion. After sharing the designated discussants' comments and questions, the floor will be open to the audience. So if you have any question, you may raise your hand and our staff will hand over the microphone. Now allow me to introduce the moderator, speakers, and panelists. We have His Excellency Song Woo-kyup, former ambassador of Korea to Afghanistan, Iraq, and Iran, and currently a professor of the Department of Arabic Language of Chosun University. Next, we have His Excellency Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Ho, Director of Diplomatic Institute of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar. His Excellency Hong Young-gi, Ambassador for Polar Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and former Ambassador of Korea to Kuwait. Next, Professor Asmael Mirsham, Professor of Arabic Interpretation and Translation Department of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Next, we have Professor Kim Gang-seok, Professor of the Department of Arabic Language of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Thank you very much to all of you for being here with us today. And now I will hand over the microphone to the moderator of Session 1. His Excellency Song Woo-kyup, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome to this first session of the 18th Korea-Middle East Cooperation Forum. The topic of our first session is a changing Middle East, approaches to maximize opportunities. Before I introduce the panel, I would like to provide some context of this discussion. As you may know, nowadays the Middle East is changing so rapidly and extensively in the political and economic fields, but also in the cultural and the social fields as well. And the Republic of Korea is well known as a dynamic country that is thriving for its people, the world, and the future. In this regard, dynamic Korea and the rapidly changing Middle East could closely cooperate each other to maximize the opportunities. In order to professionally discuss the topic, we have two distinguished presenters, Dr. Abdul Aziz Al-Hor, Director of Diplomatic Institute, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, State of Qatar, and His Excellency Dr. Young-gi Hong, Ambassador for Polar Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. As well as we have two excellent discussants, Dr. Asmael Merusham, Professor at Hankook University of Foreign Studies, and Dr. Kang-seok Kim, also Professor in the Department of Arabic at Hankook University of Foreign Studies. Let me briefly go over the ground rules for the discussion today. To begin with, the presenters will each have 20 minutes. After that, we will have two discussants comment on the presentations for about 10 minutes each. Then we will get into a question and answer period around 15 minutes. Now I will introduce our first presenter, who is Dr. Abdul Aziz Al-Hor. He is currently the Director of Diplomatic Institute, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, State of Qatar, and the CEO of Qatar Finance and Business Academy as well. He has held a variety of important positions, such as Assistant Undersecretary of Planning and Curriculum Development, Ministry of Education, and Professor of Science Education at University of Qatar. And he published more than 20 books and articles. His topic is Qatar-Korea relations, current reality and future prospects. So I welcome you, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Hor, as our first presenter.
Allow me first to really thank the organizers for this kind invitation to participate in this 18th edition of the forum. You know that 2022 for Qatar is a very important year. This year we are hosting the World Cup, the ever Arab country that hosts such an event. We are very excited, and we are counting down now. It's only 2 days before the World Cup starts. We wish the national Korean team all the best, and we hope that history repeats itself. So the 2002 achievement is repeated this time. And we wish also the Qatari national team all the best, and we hope that they will become the black horse of the World Cup this edition. So let's keep our fingers across. And we are really very eager and glad to receive the Korean fans in Doha. They will be going very soon to really attend not only the World Cup events, but to explore the Qatari culture, the Qatari geography, the Qatari history. We have a lot to offer, and one of the best strategies to strengthen relationships are the people-to-people relationship. Whenever people-to-people talk to each other, explore each other's traditions, history, I think that really helps a lot in strengthening the relationship and take the bilateral relationships really much far. Therefore, really, in this forum, we hope to achieve a lot of common ground that we can build on in all areas. We also eager to host the 19th edition of this forum next year. We have formed a very strategic partnership between the Korean and the Qatari think tanks and institutions to host the 19th edition of this forum in Doha, hopefully next year. And from now, we're really eager to welcome you next year in Doha. The relationship between Korea and Qatar, if I would like to characterize the relationship, I would say it's both dynamic and organic. Dynamic because it's not in one area, it's in multiple areas. Dynamics because it's not in one pace, but it really in different paces based on the circumstances. And it's organic. It's accumulating year by year, actually, because of the mutual interest for both nations and for both countries. You see this relationship, it's not for a political gains or for a commercial or economic gains only, but it's really to grow the bilateral relationships to a very much higher levels. Therefore, if we just witness and follow up on the growth of the relationship since we started the diplomatic relationship. We started 1970 for the diplomatic relationship, and first commercial or trade cooperation agreement was signed 1984. But if we just focus on the last decades of 2021, the trade agreements and relationships has grown from 8 times from 2000 to 2021, from 1.4 billion US dollars to 11.6 billion US dollars in 10 years. That tells you how much a mutual interest we have between Qatar and Korea. It's not in one area or 2 areas or 3 areas, it's in multiple areas. So the numbers speaks for itself, and the growth also speaks for itself. So it's not only a political will. It's a commercial will, it's a political will, it's a people will, it's an investment will. Everybody is involved in these numbers. Everybody is involved in these 10 years of cooperation and trade agreements. So that growth tells us how much potential we have in the future. If we look at the exportation, importation also numbers, we can see also a growth here in the trade partnership, which we see that the growth of exportation from Qatar to Korea has really reached, I don't want to say maximum, but 9 times in the last 10 years. The importation from Korea, from Qatar to Korea has grown also triple times. The difference is for the LNG actually, because I mean Korea is importing a lot of LNG. That makes the difference in the growth really wide. But we think of the projects that are coming, the projects the Korean companies is able to gain from Qatar, that these numbers will also be changed in the near future. You know, the good things about the relationship between Korea and Qatar, that Korea has a lot to offer in a very unique areas. For example, if we see the renewable energy area, we see that Korea is contributing a lot in that area. They are building us the biggest solar energy power station in Qatar. This project will be realized by 2024, and it will be offering Qatar a huge source of an alternative power source using the Korean dual solar cells technology. For us, it is extremely important. In the construction, Korean companies were able to introduce new technologies in the construction. For towers and for mega projects, it used to take like 5 to 10 years for this project to be realized. With Korean companies, with Korean technologies, with Korean capabilities, now these mega projects are happening in 2 to 3 years. For us, this is magic really happening. Therefore, with these technologies, with these capabilities, I think Korean companies will have huger and much bigger opportunities in the coming years and in the future. In the LNG carrier ships, we just signed an agreement with to construct 135 LNG carriers with Korean companies, which makes the largest contract in ships construction. That will be also realized very soon. The opportunities are really endless, and the areas of cooperation are really endless. We have signed so many areas and cooperations in cultures, in energy, in sport, in youth, in human resources, in technology, in so many areas. And these are not like only signing documents or signing papers. The beauty of these agreements that most of these agreements have been realized, and we walk the talk. So that is very important in growing the bilateral ship between Qatar and Korea. For example, I will just give you a few hints of things that are happening at a much lower level than B2B or B2G, business to government or business to business. In my own institute, we do like a survey to diplomats. What languages do you want to learn? And we offer these languages to support our diplomats. So we offer around 6 to 7 languages. Now Korean language is one of the languages that required from our diplomats. Now we are offering the Korean language for our diplomat. My own daughter, when she decided to become an entrepreneur, she decided to start with the Korean cosmetic products, and she started 2 years ago, and she's doing very well with Korean cosmetics, selling it to Qatari ladies and girls in Doha. And she wanted to come with me in this trip, but it was a very long trip coming from New Delhi, not from Qatar. Maybe next time she will come, because she was very eager to learn more about the culture. The number of youth who are speaking the Korean language now is increasing in Qatar, although they have not visited Korea or have not come here, but the Korean drama, the Korean art, the Korean songs, and the Korean celebrities are reaching out, and Qataris are really becoming very much interested in the Korean language. This will contribute to the growth of the relationship between the two countries. If we reach down there, the grassroots, to our youth, to our really cultures and art, that will boost the relationship and will make us much closer. One of my recommendations to the Korean businessmen and officials is to learn something about the Qatari Majlis. You know, Majlis and the Qatari culture is a very important component of knowing each other's and maybe in the future also doing business with each others. A lot of Asian officials are dealing with us in a very official way, not paying attention to the cultural side of building the relationship. So my recommendation for the Korean diplomats, officials, business people to meet Qataris in their majlis. Once you enter their majlis, you open their hearts before you open their minds. Therefore, majlis in Qatar is extremely important. Diwaniyya in Kuwait is extremely important. So it's not only the meetings in the offices or the meetings in the restaurants or in official gathering. Try to penetrate the social settings where these people talk to you in an informal way. Then it will make your formal and official business much easier. Therefore, I mean, this is one of my secrets to the people we love to come to us, understand us, and make business with us in the future. Even we solve issues and problems in these majlis. We talk about how we feel in these majlis and diwaniyas. All the current affairs of the country, of the regions are discussed in these majlis. Therefore, I mean, this is one of the really things that we need to work on in the future. As I said, the potential for the mutual really benefit, the opportunities for the growth in the future are endless. Not only in trade, but in trade, in media, in sport, in energy, in renewable energy, in technology, in education, in higher education, and public education are really endless. I remember when I first visited Korea, it was 1999. That is almost 22, 23 years before. The main reason at that time why I visited the Korea with my Minister of Education, because Korea ranked #2 on the world in the math and science terms and competition. We wanted to come to learn lessons from Korea. How did they manage to compete and to achieve such a level in math and science? We wanted to know about the education system here. How can you really deliver at such high level where you can compete with the rest of the world in the math and science? We learned a lot of lessons. I don't claim that we were able to implement all of these lessons because some of them were very cultural. They suit the Korean people, maybe they don't suit us. But That was one of the areas that we really learned from you 22, 23 years before. Now we have universities, we have schools, we have also achieved a lot of milestones in these areas. Sure. Areas in the health sector, UK and United States were our destination whenever we wanted to go for health reasons. Now Korea is becoming a destination, but it needs more, I would say, marketing. We need to know more about what you have and what you can offer. So I would like to conclude my remarks here to stress again that the relationship has grown and the potential even more. I hope that in this kind of forums, this edition, next year when you come to Qatar for the 19th edition, maybe somewhere else in the Arab countries or in the GCC countries, we will start to understand each others even more and more, and build the future relationship, not at government level or business level, but also at the people level. Thank you for giving me your precious time to listen to this remark, and thank you again for the organizers for this invitation, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Hor, for your informative and insightful presentations about the bilateral relations and the future prospects. In particular, it was so impressive for you to emphasize the necessity of strengthening private sector partnerships and the cultural understanding and the cooperation on the basis of dynamic and constantly evolving economic and trade relations. And we welcome your daughter soon to Korea. Next, I would like to introduce His Excellency Dr. Young-gi Hong. He is Ambassador for Polar Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. He is a career diplomat who served as Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to the state of Kuwait. And he also served as Director General for International Economic Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His topic is a changing Middle East and the future-oriented partnership between Korea and the Middle East. So, Ambassador Hong, it is great pleasure that I welcome you.
Well, good morning, marhaban, salam alaikum. It was my great relief and pleasure to finally stand here in person and communicating with real people. This pandemic time was a great hardship to everybody, but now finally I'm here. And also, when Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Hor actually talked about importance of informal relation, mentioning Majlis or Diwania culture in Kuwait, it reminds me of my good 3 years in Kuwait. I had a lot of fun time, and it still lives in my memory, and how I had met good people in Kuwait, and I learned that the Arabic culture and Arabic society in many remarkable ways. I found out that there are many layers and layers and layers. It's a changing time for Middle East, and so my experience is very much limited to the Gulf area. But when Ambassador Ma asked me to come here and focus on touch on the whole future cooperation between Korea and Middle East, it was, I don't know how to actually tackle this issue, but I'll try my best, because it's a time of challenge for Middle East, but also it's a challenge for East Asia, including Korea, because we see every day news of geopolitical rivalry of big powers, and we heard every day upcoming climate change crisis, and so it's a time for challenges and opportunities as well for both Korea and Middle East. I'll try my best to find ways to help each other, to be good partners to each other. Okay, I'll start with pictures. The first one is I was standing there at the construction site of LNG import terminal in Kuwait. Korean big corporations such as Hyundai Construction Company was building it in cooperation with Korean Gas Corporation. It's a typical, actually, field of cooperation between Korea and Middle East, construction and engineering. But at the down, you see different pictures. I'm standing in front of solar farms using Korean-designed solar panels with higher efficiencies. It's an area of new cooperation, and you can see, actually standing in front of a solar panel, it was actually June, very hot, sometimes going more than 45 degrees Celsius. It wasn't easy for me taking a picture in front of a solar panel in hot weather, but it was trying it because it gave me a certain idea what kind of challenge we have to face to introduce new partnership in new renewable energies and new area of cooperation. It's not easy because there are challenges. And everybody's talking about today with good opportunities and resetting relationship into new era, but it's also true that there are many challenges, technical, social, cultural, also geopolitical. I wish to check it one by one. Okay, changing conditions for the Middle East. I think I can categorize these challenges in 4 areas. First one is geopolitical rivalry, geopolitical landscape. And I didn't put down because it could sound sensitive, but everybody's talking about now whether US is leaving Middle East, and how about China, what will be the role for China in new Middle East? That kind of big questions are there. And also climate crisis. Now, actually, this was in Egypt. The COP27, Egyptian government is hosting COP27, and there are lots of discussions and debates going on about how we can prepare for the upcoming climate crisis, which is getting worse and worse, causing new problems such as food security and refugees. Food security is actually very near to us. Even when 10 years ago, you know what happened due to the food security issues. And nowadays, everybody is worried about upcoming another food security issue as global supply chain is showing some sign of not collapsing, but anyhow, disruptions at least in global supply chain. And lastly, I wish to mention that from my own personal experience, I see both challenges and opportunities young people of Middle East. I saw many young people in Arab world and Middle East, and they are, in a sense, traveled much better than their fathers and mothers, and they know what's going on outside the world, and they are more, in a sense, thinking in a freer way. Also, but there are lots of troubles for them, how to actually provide jobs, decent jobs for this young population in Middle East. This kind of challenges also could lead to sometimes to big troubles for governments in Middle East. But bigger or smaller, these challenges are also shared by East Asian countries and Korea, and I hope you can be a good partners to sort out these kind of new challenges as well. Okay, cooperation between Korea and the Middle East. I'll very brief because Dr. Al-Horo mentioned that what kind of cooperation exists between Korea and Middle Eastern countries. Traditional area of cooperation was mainly energy sectors and constructions, and still it's very important. Still Korea is very much relying on oil and gas from Middle East. Still Saudi Arabia and also Kuwait looms large in this area. And also Qatar is actually one of the biggest exporter of LNG to Korea. and followed by nowadays sometimes UAE and US is playing bigger role as well. As for Russia, I guess I'm quoting last year's statistics, but this year the picture might have been different. And the Korean exports, basically automobiles, electronics was a big part, and was I know that many Middle Eastern consumers loved Korean electronic gadgets and vehicles, but I found that Korean exports are now becoming more and more in competition with Chinese products as well. So also in engineering and construction sector, Chinese engineering companies, also Turkish engineering companies, or some local engineering companies are actually playing bigger roles as well. A new area of cooperation. It's very clear that now every Gulf countries, every Middle East country is trying their best to diversify their economy in many ways. And first thing they are mentioning is that renewable energies. Now, as far as I experienced, many Gulf countries are making big investment in renewable energies. But to be honest, regarding the economic efficiency, I'm rather not so positive in a sense, because not very optimistic, at least at this juncture. There are so many technical difficulties to overcome, because when you build solar farms in a desert area with strong wind and lots of sand damaging solar panels, sometimes actually maintenance could be big problems. But I understand that you cannot stop investing in this area because it's the future. So we need to upgrade the technology day by day, trying our best to adjust things to the new local conditions. Also, climate change, a big issue. Because not just because temperature is going up, also because it's leading to change the climate, change the weather system. 2018 in Kuwait, I experienced one of the worst floods in Middle East, and people are being drowned in Kuwait. Someone might say it's just because the Gulf countries are not prepared about that kind of change, but also it's true that we don't know much about weather conditions. We don't know what could happen to the weathers and climate in Middle East. We should be prepared for that kind of changes as well. And also overcoming new geopolitical challenges. I just delve into it. Korea is also expanding currently its horizon of diplomacy and economic cooperation. And our new government is actually, its foreign policy is to be global pivotal state. It means that our diplomatic horizon must go beyond East Asia, strengthening our ties in Middle East and South Asia and other areas as well. Because we cannot be just economic anymore, but we have to make contribution to the world community in many ways. And I believe Korea could be ideal partner to the Middle East because the educations and the good governance and our own experience of economic development can be a useful asset your countries can rely on. And recent summit meetings this year between Korea and Middle East countries, including UAE, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, show clearly a new area of cooperation, including digital technology, of course, and renewable energies, green mobility, electric cars. And defense industry is a new area which is emerging very rapidly. And also space program, the cooperation has begun between Korea and UAE. And desalination is very important because Middle East, there could be more and more demand for clean waters. And agricultural cooperation, because we have to be prepared for possible food shortage problems in terms of economic food security, you need to develop your own way of agriculture in Middle East. Smart farming is one way. Korea is actually leading player in this area as well. Smart city project with higher energy efficiencies, and Korea is also leading player in this area. And medical cooperation. Dr. Al-Hor already mentioned that there are many Qatari traveling to Korea to get medical checkup and medical service in Korea. Many Kuwaiti, many Emirati are traveling every day for medical tourism in Korea. And also we are trying to build some high quality hospitals, medical facility in Gulf countries as well. Food security are area of common challenges because Korea is also big importers of food like Middle Eastern countries. There could be some area where we can actually develop our proper way of farming agriculture. We cannot fully rely on global supply any longer because global supply chain is showing certain weaknesses as well. As you experienced already what war in Ukraine is making havoc to global supply chain in food. And also indoor vegetable factories, the horticulture production, smart farming, a good area of future cooperation. Information sharing, Saudi Arabia and Korea agricultural market information system was agreed because we are going to share information on how global agriculture market is reacting in recent world. Also, Korea is trying to our best to make more contribution to the stability and prosperity in Middle East. Dongmyeong unit is working a peacekeeping operation in Lebanon since 2007, and the Zaitun division in Arbil in Iraq between 2004 and 2008, Hanbit unit in South Sudan, Chong'e naval unit in Gulf of Aden. Also, now there are lots of visits of high-ranking military officials and training in military education. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egyptian, Jordan, Kuwaiti officials are making visits to Korea and the other way around as well. Korea providing humanitarian assistance to help Iraq, Syria, Yemen, and Palestine as well, supporting refugee camps in Lebanon and Jordan as well. New question to be considered. Now, it's a rather tricky questions, and there are no definitive answer to this question as well. Is U.S. really leaving Middle East? Last year, when I came back from Kuwait to our headquarters in Seoul, temporarily I was a team leader of Afghanistan task force. Korea decided to accept hundreds of African refugees in Korea. At the time, I was head of our desk in Foreign Ministry to transporting Afghan refugees from Kabul, which just fell under the Taliban advance. We were able to transport using our own military airplane, more than 391 Afghan refugees directed to Seoul, Korea. And but it was a big shock, not just to Korea, but all around the world, how swiftly Afghan government fell down, and it was raised big question about, is really U.S. is leaving the Middle East? But also there are some kind of positive changes as well. Israel-Arab detente is really moving on. UAE and Israel making Abraham Accords 2020, and marking the first normalization between an Arab country and Israel since 1994. And the Negev Summit shows another possibility of in this area. And when March this year, Israel Foreign Ministry hosting the foreign ministers of Bahrain, Egypt, Morocco, and UAE, as well as the U.S. Secretary of State. But also China is strengthening its relations with Saudi Arabia. I saw many top-rank officials, sometimes actually leaders of Arab countries visiting China. Also, 2021, China is Saudi's #1 destination. Both Korea and the countries in the Middle East need an additional strategic space. Given this new situation, it's inevitable in a sense. But I believe that Middle East and Korea can be also good partners in this search of a new strategic partnership. Climate change, I don't know what kind of tangible results might come this COP27 meeting, but I keep my fingers crossed because it's important to every country in the world. And also the closing statement of Arab Summit in Algeria also made it very clear Arab countries are ready to enhance collective Arab capability in responding to the challenges posed to food, health, energy security, and confronting climate change. And also I remember during the COP27, Egypt and Saudi Arabia are hosting Green Middle East Summit as well. Generational change, how can I say? Still, I know that family bond and loyalty to tribe still, in a sense, prevalent or stronger over formal institutions. When I visit the 1 years, when I visit Majlis, I know how big families playing a big role in elections and politics and in social changes. It's everywhere. And Arab individual without family bond doesn't exist. But I also see there are some changes as well. Yeah. Well-traveled and young leaders trying to come with greater new visions, Vision 2030, and in Saudi, Abu Dhabi is trying new things, and young people, upper middle class, have well-traveled, have new ideas for their society and economy. Also, of course, I see there are more and more vocal voices of young generation of women in Middle East. They are trying to have on equal footing and equal rights with men, and they are very active through SNS. Finally, my suggestion to upgrade our relationship in long term. We need to know each other in a broader spectrum, not just economic relations, not just a one-time visit. We need to have more clear understanding of our social background, societies, and culture and history. Centuries ago, there was a strong bond, exchange of culture and trade, even between East Asia and Middle East. We wish to revive that kind of a strong, broader relationship again. Thank you. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Hong, for your in-depth and holistic approach in terms of analysis of current Middle East situation, a new area of cooperation, new questions to be considered for future cooperation, and a broader spectrum of context and cooperation among people needed. Now I will give the floor to the discussants. Let me introduce first Dr. Asmael Mersham. He was born in Iraq and got his master's degree and PhD in Korea. He is currently a professor at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. He has served as translator from Arabic to Korean and from Korean to Arabic. And in particular, he translated 4 Korean movies to Arabic language. So it is with great pleasure that I welcome you as our first discussant.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me here, Korean Arab Society, and my professor when I was doing my PhD, Professor Innam Sheikh, who recognized to invite me to this timely and meaningful forum, which I try to share something I wrote. Actually, I prepared some written. So, and actually, from before I give thanks to both Excellency Ambassador Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Hur and His Excellency Ambassador Hong Yong-gi, or Yong-gi Hong, for your both very good and informative presentations. I feel honored by sharing this podium with His Excellency Ambassador Song Won-yo, who served as a former ambassador of Korea to Iraq. And possibly he drank from the fresh, cool water of the Tigris River. And maybe he ate mesgoufa. So we have very special meals. It's called mesgoufa during his stay in Baghdad. Before I continue to read my very written statement, I attached it with a speech by Dr. Abdulaziz, frankly speaking, about the Diwan, about Majlis fi Qatar, how is important Majlis. Because I'm taught culture in Korea, I taught politics, I taught very, very diverse topics. But culture is one of the, I realized that to make a good relationships, even not just between people to people, between diplomatics in sports fields and any other fields, culture to culture is very important, to understand other side cultures, to respect their values, and also they respect your own. Okay, so now I will continue my statement. For the development of Korea-Middle East relations, building partnership, mutual benefits, and common prosperity, we need better and deeper mutual understanding. The challenges ahead and area of cooperation for both sides, bilateral relations. And here, definitely there will be a couple of questions. Why are Korean Middle East partnership important? And if it is important, which fields and how to do it? And there are vast unexploited area in Korea-Middle East relations that can be invested in for the benefit of both parties. For most among them in human resource development and resources management. And in a region, most of the countries are occupied with rebuilding their homelands. So people should be put in the center of this challenge. I believe that there is a saying, say in Arabic even saying, Bina al-insan asas bina al-awtan. Then meaning building people is the basis for building nations. In the mid of 70s, due to oil booms, many companies from Korea got involved in major construction projects due to a significant rise in oil imports from the region. Today, due to oil price boom again, the countries of Vision 2030s, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, needs the partnership with Korean mainly in infrastructure, service industries, area of future energy development, culture exchange, and tourism revitalization. While the need of the different countries that experienced the so-called Arab Spring and its aftermath, like Egypt, Tunisia, Syria, Sudan, Yemen, even Iraq, are mainly in need for building schools and hospitals and improving education system and healthcare, and the most important, bring foreign investment to create productive job opportunities for the youth, who make up the largest percentage of the communities. So I was happy when Professor Abdelaziz talked about youth, and even Ambassador Hong Yong-gi also talked about this point, youth. It is possible to learn from the successful Korean experience in developing education systems in the Middle East to modernize and achieve renaissance in the values of work, determination, and achievement among the youth. The internet generation, young men and women who were born in the internet era after 1990, the so-called online generation. To help find solutions to the problem of unemployment among the youth, so not only a few do well, but everyone have a chance, rising the invulnerability of young people from accepting extremist and radical ideas to prevent repeating the past tragedies of extremist armed groups in the region. As saying goes, prevention is better than treatment. الوقاية خير من العلاج. Korea, with its economic miracle and without a historical past hostility in the region, and short of hidden political or ideological agenda, can be perceived as a powerful party in the positive manner, excuse me, by Arab countries. Korea has even sent soldiers to Middle East, and then I don't have much time. So Korea can be a perfect candidate to participate in the civil activities and UN peacekeeping. For with power come responsibilities. So here I suggest that GCC, they may put a small portion of their oil export, and Korea can use their success experience to helping other countries who they've been impacted very badly. So on the part of the Middle East countries, they can support Korean and international efforts to relieve tensions on the Korean Peninsula and build an island free of weapons of mass destructions and nuclear bombs, where peace and prosperity prevail on the Korean Peninsula, which is in the benefit of all. Okay, there is a question that I have just very short questions. So how to reduce, not to say eliminate, corruption in the institution of the states? Of course, I mean in the Middle East. And then how to addressing the problem of the lack of citizens' confidence in the governments, of course, in the Middle East, I mean. And finally, how to achieve food security in the Middle East in light of the challenges of water scarcity, high temperature, and humidity, and in unpredictable situation like outbreak of pandemics and wars, as happened with COVID-19 and war in Ukraine, as in the challenge, as well as the challenge of overpopulation in the Middle East and North Africa. And thank you again. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Mersham, for your in-depth and encouraging comment. Last but not least, I would like to introduce Dr. Kang-seok Kim as second discussant. He is a professor in the Department of Arabic at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. He is also a well-known columnist for Middle Eastern Odyssey of a Korean daily newspaper, 한국-일보. I ask you to welcome Professor Dr. Kim.
I'm honored to be here to participate in this great conference. I'm Kang-seok Kim from Department of Arabic of Hankuk University Foreign Studies. Thank you to both presenters for giving very insightful presentation. I'd like to start my conversation by emphasizing the chances of cooperation between Korea and Middle East is rising faster than ever because of changing regional orders and mutual realization of importance and then their intention to expand cooperation in the region. Related to this, I'd like to mention about changing Middle East because the title of the session is Changing Middle East and then approach to maximize the opportunities. So in this sense, changing Middle East regional order has created more favorable environment for cooperation between Korea and the Middle East. The key issue related to the changing Middle East is, as Ambassador Hong mentions, the rising China's environment in the region while U.S. withdrawing from the region gradually, so which has significant impact on the political landscapes of Middle East. Related to this, I introduced 2022 National Security Strategy report released by the White House last month that the U.S. is now in the midst of global strategy competition, especially with China. And Biden administration also highlights the rule-based international order and freedom of navigation through Middle East waterway, including Strait of Hormuz, Bab al-Mandeb, and also the promotes so-called the human values and human rights in the UN Charter in the Middle East. I think this kind of U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East now undergoing important changes in the wake of growing rivalries in the region. Considering this changing regional order, the Middle East countries, especially GCC countries, diversified their foreign policy by paying more attention to East Asia, given the growing U.S.-China competition and increasing uncertainty about U.S. foreign policy in the region. The Middle East states are pushing, some scholars mention that so-called Look East policy in an attempt to more align with Asia and reduce political and economic dependence on the Western world as a preemptive measures in the face of changing global and regional political environments. At the same time, as Ambassador Hong mentions, current Yoon governments promote so-called global pivot state, showing growing aspiration to expand its involvement in the global issues beyond the Korean Peninsula. The Middle East represents where Korea can pursue greater responsibility with international community. So thus, it is time for Korea to find an approach to maximize opportunities by playing more constructive roles in addressing humanitarian crisis, transnational threats, including climate change, the escalation of regional tensions, also the reconstruction efforts in war-torn countries in the Middle East. And related to this, Mr. Ambassador Hong talked a little bit about Korea's role as partner in the Middle East for socio-economic development in achieving good governance. I completely agree with him about the necessity to find ways to more involve in socio-economic development in the region or so. So related to this, I believe that it is possible to participate in establishing infrastructure and alleviating problems in fragile Middle Eastern countries in collaboration with GCC countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates. But it's similar to the way that Saudi Arabia recently launched the humanitarian project in Lebanon with France. But it's very different context, but I just mentioned as an idea because I'm from academia, so I'd like to suggest any topics not related to official sense from our governments. So it will be possible for Korea GCC countries to collaborate on ways to overcome various challenges in the Middle East together. In this sense, I'd like to ask Mr. Ambassador Hong to elaborate to your ideas regarding the Korea's strategy for participating in socio-economic problems and also including the idea for Korea's future collaboration with GCC countries in dealing with socioeconomic problems in the region. Further discussion with Dr. Hall, who introduced the reality of Korea-Qatar relations, the future prospects of bilateral relations. I think not only Korea-Qatar relations, but also Korea-Arab relations in general as a whole are now expanding new realms of fields, as both presenters mentioned. For example, like digital technology, renewable energy, and hydrogen, green mobility, water source development, smart farming, smart city, of course, and even in defense industry. A lot of new fields were incorporated in the areas of cooperations. New forms of cooperation between Korea and Middle East have recently been strengthening, while traditional oil-producing countries pursue economic diversification and future vision projects. Related to this, I'd like to ask a question to Dr. Al-Hor regarding long-term approach to deepen Korea-Qatar relations, because you mainly talked about one of the most important relations is people-to-people relations, and I really loved your comments that you emphasized we must reach down to the grassroots. So that kind of expression really touched my heart, and so in order to deepen our long-term relations between Korea and Qatar, or like Korea Arab in general, like I totally agree with your perspective that so enhancing broader spectrum of context should be promoted, such as cultural exchange, language education, knowledge, and humanitarian exchange. However, I think still these kinds of long-term approaches to deeper understanding Korean and Korea Arabs in general have not been sufficiently developed compared to economic and business relations. In this sense, cultural diplomacy should not be underestimated as an equally important factor in contributing to strengthen Korea-Middle East relations, not to mention economic and business cooperation. Thus, I'd like to ask Dr. Hall to elaborate more on your ideas regarding ways to enhance mutual understanding of each other's culture. You already talked a little bit about, but for me, actually, I belong to the Department of Arabic. A lot of students want to study in Arabic language in the Middle Eastern countries, including Qatar, Kuwait, a lot of countries, and then they are really eager to understand the Arab cultures. But this kind of maybe student exchange or academic exchange, people-to-people exchange, is functioning as a very fundamental to enhance our government levels cooperation. In this sense, I want to listen about your ideas, more elaborate on your ideas to develop this kind of people-to-people relation from the long-term perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim, for your comprehensive and detailed comment. Now we are ready to entertain questions or comments from the floor. Let me give you the basic ground rules. Please keep your questions or comments brief. We are going to end the first session at 12:20. And secondly, please identify yourself. And thirdly, please wait for the roving microphone. Is there a roving microphone, right? Yeah. After you are recognized for the question. So, who would like to be the first questioner? Yeah, right there, please.
Yep. I'm Professor Hyung-Geol Kim. I teach international investment law at the TLBU Graduate School of Law here in Korea. Let me comment about the cooperation framework because the issue this session is how to maximize cooperation between the Middle East countries and Korea. I'd like to especially focus on the economic cooperation. I think most talks currently is occurred at ministerial level, government to government, as Ambassador Abdulaziz Al-Horo mentioned about how to promote B2B or B2Z talks about. I think let me compare about we should consider the business structure, economic ecosystem between Middle East and Korea. In Middle East, most Middle Eastern countries, most business investment was carried by the National Sovereign Fund and implemented by the state-owned enterprises. So, but the private sector, private companies are very weak. But on the other hand, in Korea, Korea is a market economy country, so the business ecology, private sector companies are making decision, and the government does not have any influence to the business decision making of private companies. So, to maximize the cooperation, I think we should enhance the opportunity to have a meeting between the Middle Eastern public sector and the Korean private sector. Well, for example, the recent meetings between Middle East and Korea, most government to government, ministerial level, or but there are a lot of MOUs are signed on, but actually to have a actual business result, we should have a concrete business contract, not MOU, because now MOU has not binding force. So we would better make a framework, meetings, context between the Middle East public sector and the Korean private sector. So G2B is to make a public-private partnership. That's it.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive question, and in particular, G2B, public and private sector conversation. Thank you so much. Who would like to address this question among the panelists?
Actually, thank you for the questions. Actually, there are two questions. I will comment on both of them quickly. Building people-to-people relationships has to be organic. You cannot just push it artificially. If it does not grow organically, it will not continue and it will not be sustainable. Therefore, I will suggest to our partners, both in Korea and in Qatar, for the 19th edition, we do a parallel session for youth sessions, youth from Korea and youth from Qatar. We suggest some of the topics for them to discuss. So we have two forums instead of one. One like this one, but another one is specialized for the youth. They talk, they organize, they discuss, they exchange. So this is one of the ways, and they can start ahead by online sessions, then reaching the forum with also some sessions for our youth to exchange and to start it from the grassroots. So this is one of the ways. Then it can be extended to culture, art, and other areas as well. Promoting the G2B relationship, B2B relationship, also goes the same way. It has to be organic. It's not only pushed by the government. Business to business, they need to see the mutual benefit of the partnership, of the investment. So it's not the Qatari is only benefiting, or the Korean are only benefiting, or we are giving you a deal just for political reasons. No. I think if we open the doors for the marketing tools to work, for the platform, for Qatari businessmen, Korean businessmen to interact, to explore the opportunities exist here and opportunities exist there. I think that will serve as a catalyst to promote the G2B or B2B relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Hor.
Actually, all questions I received from the panel and the floor are interlinked in a way. Dr. Melsham actually asked me about more exchange, people's exchange of young people, and also educations, importance of educations, and how to actually help. How can Korea can help actually educating Arab young people, who can be adjusted and in market conditions and compete. Also, Dr. Kim mentioned that about social economic development in many ways, and I believe it should be very much clearly related to how to develop private sector economy in Arab countries as well, because not just providing education doesn't solve the problem. Even if you are able to educate some young people, but cannot provide them decent jobs, it cannot lead to socio-economic development. So through my 3-year experience in Gulf country, everything boils down one big question: how to develop vibrant and self-sustaining private sector in Middle Eastern countries. Some are actually making some progress. Some countries are still, in a sense, locked by old traditions and government interventions. But I don't think there are any quick solutions to this matter. But Korea has its own experience developing private sector, and we have a very good, not just a big corporation, but also very good venture capitalists and young entrepreneurs who are making progress. And especially in the area of ITs and startups, I think we can, reset our relationship. We can start from the new beginning, in a sense. For some areas where the establishment or established or best interest, it's not easy to develop private sector. But in new areas of IT, I think Middle Eastern countries can develop their own strong, robust private sector economy, and Korea can be good partners, not just government, but also Korean entrepreneurs can. I know many young entrepreneurs are visiting to Gulf countries to find the new partnership. I think our government can focus on give light more this kind of cooperation and try our best to provide certain assistance. But it's assistance. Government cannot solve the problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador Hong. Who would be the next questioner? So many. Yeah, right there in front, left side. Right side, yes, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Gun Hassan. I have a PhD in political science from Hangul University of Foreign Studies. I work for one of the Arab embassies in Seoul. I have my questions to Ambassador Hong Yong-ki. Thank you for your discussion about the relationship and the cooperation between the other Arab countries and Korea, and it's really very insightful to know that the government realized that the importance of the cooperation between Arab countries and Korea. But my question is, during the previous administration of Korea until last year, Korea basically looked to the Far East countries for cooperation, like having a great relation with the Asian organization, and a lot of signing for MOUs and a lot of agreements for people-to-people exchange. For the current government, do you think that these things gonna be changed a little bit and look to the Middle East and more cooperation, not just for the economic and political, political cooperation? And do you think that Korea is gonna focus more on the Middle East, not just for exchanging the cooperation in economic? Thank you.
Ambassador Hong, please.
Okay, I think it's a very good question, but tricky one as well. Well, regarding actually nowadays, diversification is a keyword for every government, every administration. not just the previous government, but current government is trying to play a bigger role for the world international community. Global pivotal state is actually a keyword for our new administration. It means that we will continue to expand our diplomatic horizon into other areas, including Middle East. That's for sure. And about developing our ties in other areas, not just economics in other areas, I suppose it's very important because that's why I put down in my presentation, we need a broad spectrum of cooperation. I believe efforts should be made from our side for the instance. I met a very wise old Kuwait gentleman a couple of years ago, and I asked him, I said to him that we need to understand each other more, not just in economic cooperation, but in other areas. And that wise Kuwaiti gentleman told me, now young Kuwaiti know very much about Korea, but is it, you cannot say the same, you can say the same thing about Korean people understanding Middle East? I couldn't say any word about that, to be honest. And as an ambassador to Kuwait, I tried my best to introduce Kuwaiti Arab culture to Korea, but the role was very much limited. But I think we can develop not just this kind of forum, but cultural, in a sense, a joint project in many ways. Many years ago, 2015, at the time, Korean embassy in Kuwait did a wonderful job. They invited the Al-Sabah collection of Kuwait to Korea. There was a wonderful museum. There was Al-Sabah family had the Emir of Al-Sabah, Kuwait had a wonderful collection of Middle East art, and we put in actually our national museum. There was a big following of many Korean visitors and to the museum, and that was a great success. And we have to continue that kind of effort and continuously. And also another issue is that without government intervention, I think our YouTubers actually is doing great jobs. Even though I tried my best to introduce Korean culture to Kuwait, they know what's going on in Korea very well through YouTube and Netflix, and also many actually young Arab people opening their new sites and new channels to introduce Korean culture. I think our young people in Korea can do the same thing to introduce Arab culture to Korea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, we already over the time limit, but we will entertain one more question. The lady over there, please.
Thank you. My name is June Park. I'm a political scientist from South Korea, and my question is to Dr. Abdulaziz. For the central bank digital currencies that the Qatari central bank is envisioning right now, what kind of technology form are you seeking to adopt? Right now, we're going towards digital transformation between the US and China. There is a big digital clash, and I understand that the UAE and Saudi Arabia have already gone through an interoperability testing for the Chinese digital yuan. And I'd like to understand whether there is an opportunity between the South Korean digital platform / blockchain makers with the Qatari central bank, whether a blockchain-related research project is feasible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Hor.
Thank you very much. I'll be honest with you, I mean, I cannot claim that I know the answer to this question, but I'm sure that I can get you the answer as soon as possible from the central banks, since that is a very different industry than the industry that I'm working in. So I'll be glad to find out the answer. Sorry not to be able to answer the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we have to end our first session. As a result of this session, we have learned a great deal about the practical ways and means to maximize opportunities for strengthening bilateral relations between Korea and the Middle East. It has been an excellent session, I think. How about a round of applause for the panelists?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We will now begin session 2 of today's forum. All participants, please be seated for the session. Now, session 2 will begin under the theme, Establishing a Cooperative Framework on Supply Chains and Future Industries. As I've explained earlier in the previous session, each speaker will have 20 minutes of presentation, and this will be followed by a 30-minute discussion. And after sharing the different comments and questions among the discussants, the floor would be open to the audience. So if anyone has a question, you may raise your hand, and our staff will hand over the microphone. Now allow me to introduce our moderators, speakers, and panelists for session 2. Ms. Rihab Al-Mansouri, Counselor of Embassy of the United Arab Emirates to Korea. Next, we have Dr. Moemen Gouda, Professor of the Graduate School of International and Area Studies, Middle East Economics at Hankook University of Foreign Studies. Next, we have Dr. Song Sang-hyun, Professor of Middle Eastern Studies at Dankook University. We have Mr. Park Soo-deok, Minister of Embassy of Korea to Iran. Next, Dr. Kang Mun-soo, Head of Africa and Middle East Team at Korea Institute for International Economic Policy. Last but not least, Dr. Lee Chen-sim, Professor of Political Economy of Russian and Gulf Energy at Khalifa University. Thank you all for being here with us today. Now I will hand the microphone over to our moderator for session 2, Councillor Rihab Al-Mansouri. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies and distinguished participants. My name is Rihab Al-Mansouri, Counselor at the UAE Embassy. It is my great honor to be given the opportunity as the moderator of this session. The session will be on establishing a cooperative framework on supply chains and future industries. As everyone knows, as a result of geopolitical tensions and risk at different parts of the world, supply chain of products and commodities have negatively affected. In addition, countries around the globe are currently busy with shifting to new growth engine industries for continually bringing high-valued added industries. Through the evaluation of existing industry and technological innovations, conversions, and services, the Republic of Korea, a nation in the Middle East, are in need of establishing a framework of cooperation in supply chains and future industries. In order to accelerate their collaboration in these areas, over 30 minutes time, we will listen to 2 distinguished scholars, 15 minutes each, to talk on the matter. First presenter will be Dr. Moemen Gouda, Professor of Graduate School of International and Area Studies, Middle Eastern Economics, Hankook University of Foreign Studies. We will then listen to Dr. Song Sang-hyun, Professor of Middle Eastern Studies, Dankook University. This will be followed by discussion by 3 distinguished discussants. Mr. Park Soo-deok, Minister of Embassy of Korea to Iran, Dr. Kang Mun-soo, Head of Africa and Middle East Team, Korea Institute for International Economics Policy, Dr. Lee Chen-sim, Professor of Political Economy of Russian and Gulf Energy, Khalifa University, UAE. First presenter, please welcome Professor Gouda.
So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be here. I always try to do my presentation Korean style, so a little bit bali. So I know, I mean, we have lots of discussions and all that, but I will do my best to cover everything here. So actually, we're talking here about the prospects of economic cooperation between Korea and the Middle East. I will be talking about 3 main things, which will be bilateral trade, energy, and investment prospects. Regarding the bilateral trade, of course, if we look at South Korea imports by country, we see that the imports from Arab countries or Middle East countries are doesn't have substantial weight when it comes to total imports of Korea. We see that Saudi Arabia is about 3.2% of the total imports. Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, of course, other Arab countries will be Iraq, Oman, and Egypt, and so on. When it comes to exports, also we see that Arab countries or Middle East countries also do not have a significant share of total exports of Korea to other countries. We see mainly that we have mainly Saudi Arabia also, we have United Arab Emirates, they are on the bottom middle part in the red sector. So we see that the relations can be extended more and more. However, if we look at what kind of products are being imported and what kind of products are being exported, we see that the main imports, of course, from the Middle East is coming to be oil and raw material. Actually, it's about 90% of the total imports from the Middle East is happening to be oil and raw materials. Some countries do not export anything to Korea other than crude oil and raw materials, which shows what we have here. I mean, I think more room to trade and all that. However, the problems, of course, are deeper than this. And we see in the last few years, we see less imports and less import share and so on. Also the exports, we see also since the COVID and all that, we have a decrease in the total exports. And we see Korea's exports to the Middle East, it shows through consumer goods. We have capital goods, machinery and electric vehicles and so on. They are composing the biggest share of total exports. When we come at South Korea's trade with MENA by partner share, and I think this is something that's important. We look at the total import partner share, we see that the Middle East in the last few years since the Arab Spring, so-called Arab Spring, and then we have the COVID and we have Russian-Ukrainian conflicts and all that, we see it's decreasing through time. And this is something I think we should be considered. I mean, this decrease, it shows that we have maybe some sort of a challenge that we can face. Also, the export partner share, for Korea, it's less than 3% of the total export to other countries. So we can see here that the Middle East is not, unfortunately, up to now, not composing a significant share of both trades, imports and exports. When we look at which countries where South Korea imports from, we see that Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, and Iraq are the ones who are they're composing the majority of the total imports, which of course is not something surprising. When it comes to exports, we see that UAE, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Egypt are the ones with the major share of exports. So far, I think this is all understandable. One thing also that, however, although this kind of trade is happening, we see that the trade balance is in the favor of the Middle East. Because of the amount of crude oil exports, this creates trade deficit for Korea's economy, definitely. However, we know that we have ongoing FTA negotiations between Korea and the Middle East, between GCC countries in particular. We have some sayings or some ongoing negotiations about FTA between Korea and Egypt. However, I've been searching for this, and the latest news is from January this year. So maybe there is some sort of stallment happening. And also, I think with Israel, I mean, it's already ratified. We have FTA between Korea and Israel, and it will start from 1st of December. So this is something that can be considered. So if this happens, I think with the FTA, I think we will have more opportunities for economic companies, Korean companies, to have more influence or economic influence in the Middle East. When it comes to energy, specifically, we know that South Korea depends on MENA oil. 92% of the energy coming to Korea is coming from imports, and the Korea imports approximately 60% of its oil consumption solely from the Middle East. Looking for the oil production, and since we're talking here about the future, right, we want to talk about perspectives of economic cooperation. We see that oil production in the Middle East will still remain substantial in the next years. I want you to look at the red bar. So you see the Middle East, now it's 2021 or 2022, this is the latest data, it's around 27.9 million barrel per day, and the 2050 stated policies will be around 40. While the announced pledges will be 22.9. But if you look at other countries, you see that the Middle East will remain the major source of oil production in the world. according to the latest figures. So if we keep on, of course, talking about climate change and green energy and all this is all, of course, all great, but economically speaking so far, I think Middle East will still remain a very important player when it comes to energy and crude oil exports around the world. Moving on, we see also the refining capacity. Although we have this kind of substantial volume of trade of Middle East momentum, but the refining capacity, if you compare it with other countries, you will see it's significantly low. For instance, I want you to compare between Middle East, we are here talking about 22 countries, 22 countries, Middle East, and I want you to compare with Japan and Korea together. So you see the Middle East, 22 countries are composing now around 12.0. I forgot to tell you what is STEPS and what is APS. STEPS, this is stated policies, and APS is the ongoing policies that will happen in the future. What countries want to do in the future. This is the refining capacity. And you see that even in the future, 2050, the refining capacity of energy in the Middle East will still remain significantly low. What does that mean? It means there is potential for Korean companies to perhaps cooperate with this respect for the refining capacity and all that. And we have seen yesterday the visit of Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, and they've been talking about refining capacity and refining and all that. And I think this is something that we should consider when we are talking about this. Moving on, renewable energy, since we are all in, I think most of us are interested in renewable energy, we see that on the renewable energy side, Middle East is far away from what is expected to happen. We see very, very low figures in the Middle East. I would say this is the lowest. Even African countries are doing better by far. So Africa now is around 5.4 exajoules, while the Middle East is 0.3 only. So we see that when it comes to renewable energy, Middle East is far away from what's the intentions or what they have in mind. We see this through stated policies. They want to have 5.2 by 2050 and 12.2 as an announced pledges in 2050 as well. So again, this is something that Korean companies should maybe consider, talking about renewable energy and nuclear energy and so on. If we look at a map where renewable energy share in total final energy consumption, looking at the countries of the Middle East where we have data, we see that the Middle East is unfortunately in the lowest, I would say, category of using renewable energy as a total final energy consumption. On the other hand, I don't want to be so pessimistic. We have something called hydrogen roadmaps, or where we have states pledging to use more hydrogen energy. We see this in many states. Actually, we see this in UAE, mainly Oman, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt. They are the states that have made pledges to do this renewable energy and with mixed hydrogen and all that. And I think other Gulf countries will follow very soon. I mean, reading the news and all that, I think this will be followed by other countries. The good news also is that renewable energy or renewables constitute a large share of the top power projects by country. We see a committed around $71 billion in the Middle East, planned to have $121 billion in renewable energy. And we see this in many countries, actually. So in the Saudi Arabia, we have lots of projects. This is the biggest 10 projects in each country. So we see here lots of significant amount of money spent on renewable energy. We see this also in Egypt. Also, we see this in Kuwait. We see this in UAE. We see this in Oman and Qatar. So we see this all over the Middle East. Lots of money are being spent on renewable energy, and this is something that Korean companies also might consider in the future. This is a slide that I've presented before in another presentation with our forum, but I wanted to present it again because this is still the latest data, and this is a very interesting slide for me. I want you to look at, very simply, to the amount of black balls in this or black circles in this presentation. So this is the amount of policies that are made towards renewable energy in each country. So if you look at Korea, so Korea is in the first bar, you see that Korea have lots of black circles. Most of the policies are being implemented when it comes to tax incentives for renewable energy and so on. We have it all. When you compare this with Arab countries, which I put some red bars, I know it's very small, but I will do my best. So you see that other Arab countries, unfortunately, are lagging behind when it comes to definite policies to secure renewable energy in the future. I would say the biggest countries that have made more strides in Arab countries are mainly, I would say, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Egypt also are the ones who are leading this. For instance, if we look at yes, so you see here Egypt, for instance. We see, for instance, some other Arab countries are lagging behind. We see, for instance, Tunisia lagging behind. We see also Sudan, Syria, Somalia. Some policies are being implemented, but still, I think there is more room to go. So this is a report written by KIEP. So I'm very happy that we have the head of the KIEP Middle East here with us. So this is the, I think, latest report written on the petroleum industry diversification. They are talking about the cooperation between Korea and the Middle East. And I like this paragraph. Stable supply and demand of low carbon energy resources such as hydrogen should be established between Korea and the Middle East oil experts for carbon neutrality and hydrogen economy. For this, both regions need to establish long-term supply contracts on the condition that Korean companies construct the hydrogen production facilities involved. So I think there is some sort of a policy understanding of this in Korea, which is something that I mean, I see that it can happen and it can be beneficial for both economies. When we are talking about investment opportunities, I cannot skip what happened yesterday because it went beyond my expectation as an economist. The visit of Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, we have 26 agreements signed yesterday with a total investment of around $74 billion. So this is something I think that should be considered since we talk about the future prospects of cooperation. I think this is something that should be considered. However, if we look at I would say the overview of Middle East and FDI attraction, all that, we see that FDI inflows in the Middle East are relatively low. I mean, if you compare this with other countries, even developing countries. So for instance, if you compare the Middle East with South America, you see the Middle East is almost non-existent. By the way, the volume of the country is represented by the amount of FDI inflows that they have made. So you see, for instance, United States, China, Hong Kong, you see also Singapore and so on, but the Middle East is almost non-existent, which is something that we can consider. But why is that? I mean, why don't we have lots of FDI inflows to the Middle East? Perhaps this is because of several reasons. We have, of course, macroeconomic risk map. If we look at the macroeconomic risk where companies can default and what's that and all that, we see that the Middle East, some countries are faring better. We see, for instance, Saudi Arabia and Gulf countries are faring better than other Arab countries in the MENA region. So this is one thing. Also, another thing is that if we look at the economic complexity index, and this is an index that I like so much. I like to use it because it expresses the diversity and sophistication of the experts. So here, we are not looking at exports only. We are looking at three things. We are looking at absolute number of products that's being exported. We are looking at the ubiquity of the products, if other countries are doing the same products, are exporting it, and we're looking at the sophistication of the product. Is it technologically sophisticated or not? And this is, I think, it's a very nice index because it explains income differences and it predicts future growth better than any other measure. So when we look at this, we see which countries are ranked. So the top country is ranked number 1, and then we have number 2, and this is a ranking. So South Korea is number 4 when it comes to economic complexity index, because of course the exports of South Korea are technologically sophisticated and ubiquitous. Nobody else can do the same amount of technology. Of course, Chinese are doing their best, but so far Korea is number 4 when it comes to this. And we see Middle East countries are lagging behind. We see Saudi Arabia, we see Lebanon, and then we have Bahrain, Jordan, Qatar, Egypt, and so on. So, and we go down until we have 166. Out of 180 countries. So I think this is something that we can consider, that the products that the Middle East is trying to export is unfortunately lagging behind when it comes to sophistication and technology and all that. And this is a map, I think this is even easier to understand. We have the economic complexity of Korea and the Middle East. You see Korea is in deep blue, and the Middle East is still in the low complexity part of the index. When we look at also credit ratings, so even if we don't look at FDIs, we look at portfolio investment, what we call hot money and so on, we see that credit ratings in Middle East, some countries are faring better than the others. And actually the idea that when we're talking about the Middle East, it's very hard to put the Middle East in one basket, right? It's very hard. It's very hard to put Egypt and UAE in one basket, or Morocco and Sudan in another basket. You cannot do this. It's very hard. However, if we look at credit ratings, you see that some countries are faring better than the others. We see UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and we see other countries are severely lacking behind. And some countries are even in substantial risk and in default. Last thing I would say, looking at competitiveness index. And this is an index that have 98 variables. So if you're top, you score 98. And this measures 12 things. It measures infrastructure, ICT adaptation, macroeconomic stability, health, skills, and so on. We see that South Korea is among the top. We have 79 points out of 98, followed by United Arab Emirates, and then Qatar, and then we start to see Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, and then some countries are lagging behind when it comes to this, until we reach Egypt, Iran, and Yemen. So this is also something that we can think about, competitiveness. I mean, not all Middle East countries are the same. So in conclusion here is that while Koreans' dependency on Middle East oil is decreasing, there is definitely huge potential in the aspects of trade and investment, specifically in renewable energy. The upcoming FTAs will pave the way towards stronger economic presence for Korea in the Middle East. However, will it work in the opposite direction? I think this will remain to be seen. And this is something I would like to say. I mean, there are some simulations of FTA agreements between Korea and the Middle East. And most of those simulations show clearly that Korea will benefit the most when it comes to this. Of course, some Middle East countries will benefit, but still Korea will be the winning side. So in that case, I think something that can consider that Middle East countries should perhaps ask help of Korean government and Korean company when it comes to technical capacity and technology transfer and all this, and of course cooperation on renewable energy and all this. This is something I hope that specifically GCC countries can consider in the future when they are negotiating with Korea for the FTAs. Thank you so much, and happy to be here.
Thanks, Professor Gouda, for your informative presentation. We move now to the second presenter, Professor Song. Please welcome Professor Song.
안녕하세요. 단국대학교의 송상현입니다. 이번에 무함마드 빈 살만 왕세자 방한과 맞춰서 제가 오늘 한 사우디 수소산업 협력이라는 주제를 발표하게 돼서 진심으로 기쁘게 생각합니다. 향후 한국과 사우디가 수소산업 분야에서 협력을 더 확대해 나갈 수 있기를 기대합니다. 그림에서 보는 바와 같이 18세기 중반 이후 1차 산업혁명부터 시작해서 오늘날 4차 산업혁명에 이르기까지 인류는 과학기술혁명을 통해 산업화를 이룩했고 또 급속한 경제발전과 복지 증진을 달성해 왔습니다. 특히 사물인터넷, 또 빅데이터, 인공지능, 로봇공학과 같이 컴퓨터가 인간처럼 생각하고 판단하는 현재 4차 산업혁명이 진행되고 있는 21세기에도 여전히 다양한 제조업 분야에서 화석연료를 기반으로 한 대량 생산 체제가 세계 경제를 움직이고 있습니다. 18세기 중반 산업혁명 이후 250년가량 사용해온 화석연료로 인해서 온실가스 배출이 증가했고 이로 인해서 지구는 1도씨 기온이 상승하였습니다. 2019년 9월 발간한 유엔 기후변화에 관한 정부 간 협의체 보고서에서 2100년에는 기후변화로 인해서 해수면이 최대 1.1m 상승할 것이라고 전망했습니다. 안타깝게도 좌측에 보이는 그림에서처럼 IPCC의 그 해수면 상승 전망 같은 경우는 매년 지금 상승하고 있는 상황입니다. 이러한 추세라면 저지대 해안 지역에 거주하는 약 한 6억 8천만 명의 사람들이 해수면 상승에 직접적인 영향을 받을 것이라 예상되고 있어 기후변화에 대한 국제적 차원에서의 그런 논의가 지금 활발하게 이루어지고 있습니다. 이러한 논의는 50년 전부터 시작되었습니다. 미소 냉전 상황에서 국제 개발과 환경보호 어젠다를 처음으로 제안한 국가는 중견국가 스웨덴이었습니다. 1972년 6월 5일 스톡홀름에서 열린 유엔 인간 환경 회의에서 환경 문제 해결을 위해 세계 각국이 협력해야 한다는 인식을 공유했고 또 지속 가능한 개발 개념을 국제적으로 처음 인정하였습니다. 이후 냉전시대 종식과 함께 스톡홀름 회의 20주년을 맞이해서 1992년 6월 3일 브라질 리우데자네이루에서 유엔 환경개발회의를 개최했습니다. 그리고 1997년 12월에는 일본의 교토에서 제3차 유엔 기후변화 협약 당사국 총회 COP3가 개최되었는데 온실 효과를 유발하는 이산화탄소를 비롯한 총 6종류의 온실가스 배출 감소 목표를 지정한 교토 의정서를 채택하게 되었습니다. 기후변화 대응에 대한 논의가 50년간의 긴 역사를 가졌음에도 불구하고 2015년 체결된 파리 기후협약에 이르러서야 비로소 글로벌 차원의 의무 이행으로 탄소 중립 실현을 위한 구체적인 목표가 제시되었습니다. COP21에서 159개국이 기후변화 위기에 대응하기 위한 파리 협정에 동의하였는데요. 교토 의정서에서 이산화탄소를 포함한 온실가스 배출 감축을 시도하였으나 목표 달성을 위한 강제성이 부족하였고 또 미국을 비롯한 주요국의 비준 거부와 함께 37개국만이 참여해서 참여국 규모도 적어 그 효과가 매우 제한적이었습니다. 반면 파리 협정은 159개국 선진국 및 개도국이 함께 최종적으로 미국과 함께 참여하게 되었고요. 그리고 산업화 이전보다 지구기온 상승폭을 2도씨보다 훨씬 낮게 유지하고 1.5도씨 이하로 유지하기 위해 노력할 것이라는 구체적인 목표도 제시하였습니다. 주목할 점 중에 하나는 5년마다 목표 이행 여부를 감독하는 강제성과 함께 선진국이 매년 약 1,000억 달러를 개도국에 지원하도록 하고 있다는 점에서 교토 의정서와는 큰 차이를 보이고 있습니다. 2019년 9월 유엔 기후행동 정상회의에서 65명의 국가 및 정부 수장들이 2050년 탄소 중립 달성을 선언하게 됩니다. 2022년 4월 현재 글로벌 온실가스의 88%를 배출하는 약 131개 국가가 탄소 중립을 선언하고 현재 추진 중에 있습니다. 에너지 전환에 있어 가장 적극적으로 대응해 오고 있는 이유는 2019년 그린딜을 통해서 2050년 탄소 중립에 가장 먼저 도달하는 대륙이 되겠다고 선언하였습니다. 그리고 유럽에 이어 중국, 일본, 한국 등 아시아 지역도 탄소 중립 달성을 선언하였고요. 트럼프 대통령 시절 파리 기후 협정을 탈퇴했던 미국마저도 2021년 1월 바이든 대통령이 재가입하면서 탄소 중립 선언 국가의 대열에 합류하게 되었습니다. 국제사회는 기후변화에 대응하기 위해 그린 뉴딜, 지속 가능성 등 다양한 표제를 사용해 왔는데 현재는 기후변화 대응의 핵심에 탄소가 있음을 인식하고 공유함으로써 대부분 국가가 2050년을 목표로 탄소 중립, 즉 넷제로, 탄소 제로 달성에 초점을 맞추고 있습니다. 지구온난화 진행 속도 늦추기 위한 에너지 전환은 저비용과 고효율로의 전환이 아닌 저효율과 친환경으로의 전환을 의미합니다. 환경적 측면에서 탄소를 배출한다는 단점을 제외하고는 석유 같은 경우는 액체 형태로 운송과 저장이 매우 쉽고 또 에너지 밀도도 높다는 점에서 그 어떤 에너지원보다도 효율성이 상당히 높습니다. 그리고 가격적인 측면에서 봤을 때 현재 고유가 상황인데 배럴당 100달러를 기준으로 봤을 때 리터로 환산하면 약 0.6달러 정도로 생수보다도 상당히 싼 그런 가격에 판매되고 있습니다. 반면에 재생에너지 같은 경우는 저장도 어렵고 기상에 따라서 발전량이 불규칙해 생산에 있어서 간헐성, 변동성, 지역 편차의 특성을 가지고 있습니다. 게다가 아직까지는 생산 단가도 매우 높게 책정되어 있는 게 현실입니다. 탄소 중립 실천을 위한 에너지 전환의 방향은 크게 세 가지 측면에서 접근해야 할 것으로 예상됩니다. 우선 석유 및 석탄과 같은 화석연료에 기반한 에너지 사용을 태양과 풍력과 같은 재생에너지를 이용한 전기에너지로 전환해야 합니다. 두 번째로 전기화가 가능하지 않은 분야는 수소를 이용한 접근 방안이 제시되어야 합니다. 재생에너지 전기로부터 생산된 그린 수소는 에너지 캐리어로서 기능하면서 재생에너지의 한계를 극복할 수 있습니다. 마지막으로 재생에너지와 같은 분산형 에너지원 활용을 최적화하기 위해서 스마트 그리드 구현과 함께 생산된 전력을 저장 후 전력이 필요한 시기에 선택적으로 사용하여 에너지 효율을 극대화할 필요성이 있습니다. 미래 에너지 시장 같은 경우는 단순히 에너지원의 전환이 아닌 에너지 공급 및 수요를 관리까지 최적화하는 방향으로 진행되어야 합니다. 에너지 전환은 신재생 에너지 기반 인프라 구축과 관련한 기술의 혁신이 충분히 뒷받침되지 못하면서 지금까지 그 진행 속도가 상당히 늦게 가고 있습니다. 이러한 상황으로 인해서 탄소 배출도 여전히 증가세에 있는 상황입니다. 사실 에너지 수급 체계라고 하는 게 수십 년에 걸쳐 구축된 인프라에 의존하므로 대규모 자본을 투입한다 하여도 극적인 변화를 기대하는 것은 쉽지 않습니다. 특히 정부 입장에서 화석연료 같은 경우는 주요 조세원인 반면에 신재생에너지는 정부가 직간접적으로 보조금을 지급해야 하는 부담이 되면서 지금까지 빠른 속도로 에너지 전환을 추진하는 데 어려움이 있었습니다. 또한 그림에서 보이는 것처럼 에너지원의 약 80% 이상을 차지하는 화석연료의 비중을 단기간에 급격하게 낮추는 것 또한 쉽지 않습니다. 이러한 이유로 지난 20년간 화석연료 비중이 2000년 86.1%에서 2019년 84.3%로 1.8%만이 감소하였습니다. 안타깝게도 화석연료의 사용을 획기적으로 줄이지 못하는 상황에서 전 세계 에너지 수요가 큰 폭으로 증가하면서 탄소 배출도 증가세에 있습니다. 하지만 각국 정부의 정책적, 제도적 노력과 함께 기술의 혁신 그리고 규모의 경제를 달성한다면 생산 단가도 절감할 수 있고 이를 통해서 에너지 패러다임 전환의 속도를 더 가속화시킬 수 있지 않을까 생각합니다. 많은 사람들이 재생에너지로의 에너지 전환이 이루어질 경우 석유에 대한 수요가 급감할 거라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 하지만 에너지 전환에 있어서 재생에너지의 비중이 큰 폭으로 증가한다고 해도 석유의 비중이 그만큼 줄어들기는 쉽지 않습니다. 우선 재생에너지와 석유가 그 쓰임이 달라 대체제가 아니라는 겁니다. 그림에서 볼 수 있듯이 2019년 기준으로 화석연료로부터 생산된 전력의 대부분은 석탄과 천연가스로부터 얻어지고 있습니다. 반면 석유로부터 생산된 전력은 전체 발전 비중의 3%만을 차지하고 있습니다. IEA에 따르면 석유는 1973년 전체 에너지 공급원의 48%에서 2019년 32%로 감소하였지만 여전히 에너지 시장에서 가장 중요한 에너지 공급원의 자리를 차지하고 있습니다. 비록 석유가 전체 전력 생산에서 차지하는 비중이 1973년 25%에서 2019년 3%로 감소하였지만 석유 같은 경우는 운송 분야의 91%, 그 다음에 석유 화학 제품 원료의 70%를 충당하고 있어 여전히 그 사용이 상당히 많이 되고 있는 상황입니다. 역사적으로 봤을 때 독일과 영국에서 전력 생산에 있어 재생에너지 비중이 큰 폭으로 증가했는데도 그만큼의 석유 소비가 감소하지는 않았습니다. 이처럼 재생에너지 확대만큼 그 석유에 대한 수요가 감소하지 않는 것이 현실이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 최근 국제재생에너지기구에서 발간한 2021년 세계 에너지 전환 전망에 따르면 지구온도 상승을 1도씨 이내로 유지하기 위한 시나리오에서 2050년 화석연료의 비중이 10%까지 줄어들고 다른 에너지원의 비중은 90%까지 증가하는 것으로 전망하고 있습니다. 그리고 2050년 에너지 소비에서 전기가 차지하는 비중이 51%고요. 그 다음에 생산된 전기의 90%가 바로 재생에너지에서 나올 것이라고 전망하고 있습니다. 또한 현재 통계에도 잡히지 않는 수소가 에너지 소비에서 2050년 12%까지 증가할 것으로 예상하고 있습니다. 여기서 주목할 점 중에 하나는 수소 에너지원의 사용이 본격화되면서 화석연료의 상당 부분을 대체할 수 있다는 것입니다. 비록 전기차가 확산되면서 전기가 석유를 대신하는 동력원이 될 수도 있으나 전기차의 경우 소형차에 한정되어 있어 연료 소비가 많고 장거리 운행을 해야 하는 대형 화물차 등 상용차 분야에서 사용하기에는 한계가 있습니다. 이러한 이유로 향후 수소 경제의 구축과 함께 운송 분야에서 전기차의 한계를 극복하기 위해 수소 활용이 확대된다면 석유에 대한 수요도 어느 정도 영향을 받지 않을까 생각합니다. 2002년 미래학자 제레미 리프킨이 자신의 저서 수소혁명에서 석유가 수소에너지로 대체되면서 석유 시대의 종말이 머지 않을 거라고 예측했습니다. 하지만 현재 소비 통계에도 잡히지 않을 만큼 수소의 생산은 매우 미미한 수준에 머물러 있습니다. 이처럼 수소에너지는 아직 기술적, 비용적 측면에서 제약으로 인해 태동 단계에 있는 상황입니다. 수소 경제 구축을 위해서 밸류체인 단계별로 필요한 기술 확보 후 상용화해야 할 필요가 있습니다. 수소 경제 밸류체인을 보면 다음과 같습니다. 생산, 저장, 운송, 충전, 그다음에 활용의 단계 총 한 5단계마다 각 산업별로 육성할 수 있는 비즈니스 기회들이 아래에 나타나 있습니다. 2021년 말 전 세계 수소 생산의 47%는 천연가스, 그리고 27%는 석탄, 22%는 석유에서, 그리고 단 4%만이 수전의 방식으로 얻어지고 있는 상황입니다. 그린 수소 생산 확대는 재생에너지의 생산량 증가를 선결 조건으로 요구하여 당분간 CCUS 기술을 결합해서 천연가스로부터 탄소를 제거한 블루 수소가 수소에너지 확대의 징검다리 역할을 수행하지 않을까 생각합니다. 최근 들어 많은 국가들이 탄소 중립으로 가는 데 있어 수소의 중요성을 인지하고 수소 산업에 대한 대규모 투자와 함께 육성 전략을 발표하고 있습니다. IEA에서 수소의 미래 보고서를 발행한 2019년도에 G20 국가 중 프랑스, 일본, 한국만이 수소에너지 활용을 위한 전략을 발표하였습니다. 하지만 불과 2년이 지난 2021년 17개 국가에서 수소에너지 활용 전략을 발표하였으며 20개국 이상의 정부에서 공식적인 전략을 수립하고 있다고 발표하고 있습니다. 스탠다드 차타드의 전망처럼 향후 그린 수소 생산 가격이 지속적으로 하락할 것으로 예상되면서 수소 산업도 꾸준히 성장해 나가지 않을까 생각합니다. 이처럼 미래 성장 산업으로 주목받고 있는 수소 산업에 대해 한국 정부도 적극적으로 그 육성 전략을 수립해서 수행해 나가고 있습니다. 2019년 1월 한국 정부는 수소 경제 활성화 로드맵을 발표했습니다. 로드맵의 내용은 여기 보는 바와 같이 나와 있고요. 하지만 그 로드맵 발표 이후 2주년 성과를 살펴볼 것 같으면은 역시 수소 경제 구축을 위한 생태계를 만들어가는 데까지는 아직도 많은 시간이 필요하지 않나라는 생각을 합니다. 2주년 성과의 내용들을 보면 그 원래 달성하고자 하는 목표보다도 상당히 미치지 못하는 그런 상황을 보여주고 있습니다. 그 한국 수소 산업의 그 수압 분석을 한 그 그림인데요. 한국 수소 산업 같은 경우는 모빌리티, 그 다음에 에너지 등 다양한 주력 산업을 보유하고 있고요. 그 다음에 기술적 역량이 산업 성과로 연계되는데 유리한 상황입니다. 또한 부생수소, 그 다음에 초기 시장 경쟁의 우위를 가지고 있고 수소차, 특히 발전 설비 기술 수준이 높은 것으로 알려져 있습니다. 약점 같은 경우는 수소 업스트림 기술력이 낮아서 특히 CCUS 기술 같은 부분에서의 기술력 확보가 상당히 시급한 상황이고요. 그 다음에 그 국내 수소 산업에 관련된 제도도 미미한 상황입니다. 위기 요인 같은 경우는 몇 가지 요인 중에 하나가 이 수소 산업 같은 경우가 향후 ESS와 경쟁을 하는 관계가 되지 않을까라는 측면으로 바라보는 시각도 있고요. 또 그 공공주도로 수소 산업이 발전하고 있어서 앞으로 기술 혁신을 유도하는 데 조금 어려움을 겪지 않을까 그렇게 생각합니다. 기회 요인으로서는 최근 글로벌 환경 규제 강화와 또 수소 산업 경쟁성이 높아서 앞으로 많은 기회가 있지 않을까라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 이제 사우디아라비아 그린 수소 생산에 필요한 재생에너지를 생산하는 데 있어 어떠한 입지 조건을 갖추고 있는지 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 사우디아라비아는 풍부한 일조량 그리고 일사량으로 인해 태양광 발전에 유리한 입지 조건을 가지고 있습니다. 현재 사우디아라비아는 사우디 비전 2030의 일환으로 7개 태양광 발전소를 건설을 계획하고 있고 여기서 총 3.7기가와트 전기를 생산할 예정입니다. 압두라지즈 빈 살만 에너지 장관은 매년 5기가와트에서 7기가와트 규모의 태양광 발전소 건설을 통해 2030년까지 재생에너지로부터 전기를 약 50% 정도 생산할 것이라고 언급했습니다. 이처럼 사우디아라비아가 재생에너지 개발을 본격화하면서 향후 그린 수소 생산에 있어서도 글로벌 경쟁 우위를 갖출 수 있을 것으로 예상됩니다. 사우디아라비아는 2021년 11월 2060년까지 탄소 중립 달성을 선언했으며 중동 국가 중 유일하게 그 이행 계획과 관련한 정책을 문서화하였습니다. 사우디 정부는 2023년까지 27기가와트, 2030년까지 58기가와트의 신재생에너지를 개발할 계획을 밝혔습니다. 이와 함께 국가 수소 전략에 따라 2030년까지 총 360억 달러를 투자할 계획입니다. 특히 아람코, 사빅을 중심으로 블루 수소를, 그리고 아쿠아 파워를 중심으로 그린 수소를 전략적으로 생산할 계획으로 알려져 있습니다. 2020년 7월 네옴시티와 아쿠아 파워는 미국의 에어프로톡스와 그린 수소 및 그린 암모니아 공장 건설을 위한 조인트 벤처 협정을 체결해서 적극적으로 그린 수소 및 그린 암모니아 생산을 위해 노력하고 있는 상황입니다. 최근에는 그린 수소를 저렴한 가격에 운송이 용이한 그린 암모니아로 전환해서 연료 전지 및 연료로 활용하게 되면서 블루 그리고 그린 암모니아에 대한 투자 역시 확대해 나가고 있는 상황입니다. 마지막으로 한 사우디 수소산업 협력에 대해 크게 4가지 방향에서 협력을 확대해 나갈 것이 전략적으로 바람직하지 않나라고 생각을 합니다. 우선 한 사우디 수소 공급망 구축 협력을 확대해 나갈 필요가 있습니다. 한국은 재생에너지 생산에 불리한 입지 조건을 갖추고 있어 수소 경제 생태계 구축하는데 1차적으로 필요한 수소의 안정적인 공급을 위해서 사우디와의 협력을 확대할 필요가 있습니다. 특히 한국은 사우디아라비아와의 협력을 통해서 사우디아라비아가 글로벌 수소 공급망 허브로 자리하는 데 기여할 수 있고, 반면 한국은 사우디아라비아로부터 수소를 안정적으로 공급받을 수 있습니다. 두 번째로 한국이 강점을 가지고 있는 모빌리티 분야에서 협력을 확대해 나갈 필요가 있다고 생각합니다. 한국은 글로벌 수소차 점유율에서 선두 자리를 유지하고 있습니다. 글로벌 수소차 생산 및 수소 충전소 인프라 구축 등에서 사우디아라비아와 협력을 강화해서 수소 생태계를 구축해 나갈 필요성이 있습니다. 세 번째로 수소 운송을 위한 분야에서 협력을 확대해 나가야 됩니다. 한국은 전통적으로 조선업 분야에서 강점을 가지고 있어서 향후 그 수소 운송에 필요한 운송선 개발을 통해서 사우디아라비아의 협력을 강화해 나갈 필요가 있다고 생각합니다. 마지막으로 한국이 강점을 가지고 있는 수소 연료전지 발전소 부분에서 사우디아라비아와의 협력 강화 여지가 있지 않나 생각합니다. 사우디아라비아 같은 경우는 자국 및 인구가 꾸준히 증가하면서 더 많은 전력을 필요로 하고 있습니다. 이러한 상황에서 한국 기업들이 수소연료전지 발전소 건설에 참여할 수 있다면 참여할 수 있는 큰 기회가 있지 않을까라고 생각합니다. 이것으로 제 발표를 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thanks, Professor Song, for your presentation and for the detailed information you have provided. Actually, after listening to the two presenters, Professor Gouda was highlighting on the area of economic trade opportunities that Korea and Middle East countries should focus on for the future, and also mentioned the FTA's importance in terms of paving the way for the stronger relationship between Korea and the Middle East. Also, Professor Song, he mentioned the hydrogen as the main source of future energy industries. Also, how Korea, he mentioned how Korea really focusing on the hydrogen energy by setting up a comprehensive strategy for hydrogen. Finally, Professor Song, he gave us an example of cooperation between Korea and Saudi Arabia in terms of hydrogen investment. It could be a model for other countries also who would like to enhance this kind of future energy. Now it's the time to listen from the first discussant, Mr. Park. Welcome, Mr. Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Al-Mansouri. Thank you also, Professor Gouda and Professor Song, for your inspiring presentations. My name is Park. I think I was invited to this honorable conference because until recently I have been working in the Korean embassy in Tehran. But actually, I have worked just 1.5 years, so I'm, frankly speaking, very ignorant about the region. But during the luncheon, Mr. Guda told me that during the class, Korean students are listening to the lecture, but they don't raise a hand and they don't ask questions. So I was encouraged to make a question to Professor Guda. During his presentation, he said there are 22 Middle East countries, is right? So I have a question. Is Iran included in these 22 countries? I think so. So because I couldn't find the Iranian ambassador today. So, but anyway, the previous two important presentations naturally evoke Iran for me because I have worked in Iran. So I'd like to briefly share my basic information on Iran in terms of global energy supply chain and as well as on the economic relations between Iran and Korea. So after that, we can think about the possibilities of potential cooperation with Iran. So first, let me start with the status of Iran in global energy supply chain. As you may know, Iran has fourth largest proven oil reserve, which account for more than 13% on Earth. For natural gas, Iran has the world's second largest reserve after Russia. However, the production and the export of Iranian oil and gas have been considerably limited due to sanctions and deficient infrastructure. For example, Iran has huge natural gas reserves, which amount to 33.7 trillion cubic meters, corresponding to 17% of the world reserve. You may be surprised if you live in Iran. Gas price is almost free. Last year, Iran produced 257 billion cubic meters of natural gas. Iranian people consumed domestically themselves 240 billion cubic meters. That is 93% of the production. So Iran, just 7% of its production Iran was exported to a very few countries like Turkey or Iraq, only through pipeline. Iran had no practical liquefied natural gas facilities until now. This leads us to a question. So what if sanctions against Iran are lifted? Whether sanctions are lifted or not in the near future, I think we cannot dispense with Iran when it comes to global energy supply chain. Secondly, what about economic relations between Iran and Korea? Since 2017, the trade volume between Iran and Korea has declined because of sanctions to $183 million last year. Korea exports to Iran just medicines or medical equipment with the name of humanitarian trade. Korea imports from Iran almost nothing. For your reference, the trade volume between two countries reached to more than $17 billion in 2011. It's more than 120 times bigger than now. Just after the JCPOA, Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action settlement in 2015, Korea had managed to import a substantial amount of Iranian condensate. In 2017, Korea imported 110 million barrels of condensate from Iran. That amount accounted for 50% of whole condensate import in Korea and 60% of whole condensate export from Iran. But any kind of oil import from Iran has been suspended since May 2019. This leads me again to the same question. What if sanctions against Iran are lifted? With regard to the current situation around Iran, we cannot say that the situations are improving. In the beginning of this year, many people believed that JCPOA negotiation would reach an agreement soon. But actually, it did not happen. And then war broke out in Ukraine. And nobody knows the future, and we are now talking about the future. As you may imagine, Korea had been eager to revive the past flourishing economic relations with Iran. Korea would like to return Iranian frozen assets in Korea as soon as possible. Korea would like to import Iranian condensate again as much as Iran wants to export again. Let's now return to the main subject of this session. I would like to pose a question. When we discuss about global energy supply chain or future cooperation with the Middle East, future cooperation between Middle East and Korea in the field of renewable energy, for example, hydrogen industry, can we really put aside the variable of Iran, whether sanctions are lifted or not? Maybe the answer will not be easy. But I believe that Iran has great potential of cooperation, considering its geopolitical and geoeconomic status. In my opinion, we should do our best to incorporate or take account of Iran in the initiative of future energy cooperation between Middle East and Korea. Otherwise, we will not be able to have many options, making it more difficult to achieve the goals. In this context, I appreciate Qatar, Oman, United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia are doing their constructive roles in this regard. So when I listened to the presentation of Professor Song, he talked about the hydrogen industry. So to go to green hydrogen, we need to pass by blue hydrogen. The blue hydrogen is using natural gas. So what about the Iran's oceans? So I think we need to think about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Second discussant, Dr. Kang. Welcome, Dr. Kang.
Thank you very much. My name is Moon-Suk Kang, and thank you for inviting me in this great seminar, and I'm really honored. So actually, I have prepared my discussion in Korean, so I will do it in Korean. 두 개의 발표가 지금 한 아랍 국가 간 협력에 대한 경제 다각화 그리고 수소 협력 확대의 중요성에 대해서 언급을 하고 있고, 저도 이 부분에 대해서 상당히 동감을 많이 하고 있습니다. 아까 구다 교수님 발표하신 대로 한국의 대중동 에너지 의존도가 줄어들긴 했습니다. 그 이유로는 한국 입장에서도 에너지 수입 다각화를 할 필요가 있었고, 그다음에 그 이란에서 수입하던 그 물량 자체가 확 줄었기 때문에 대중동 에너지 의존도는 줄어들긴 했지만 여전히 한국의 에너지 수급에 있어서 중동은 상당히 중요한 파트너입니다. 한국의 첫 번째 석유 수입국은 사우디고 첫 번째 내추럴가스 수입국은 카타르이기 때문에 그만큼 한국과 중동 간 석유 및 가스 공급 협력은 당분간 지속될 것으로 전망을 하고 있습니다. 다만 한국과 중동 간 협력 고도화를 위해서는 석유화학 산업이라든지 가스를 통한 수소 생산에 대한 상호 투자가 확대될 필요가 있다고 봅니다. 우리나라는 수소 활용을 위해서 중동에서 수소를 수급하는 것에 대해서 굉장히 큰 관심을 가지고 있고 중동 같은 경우는 특히 사우디를 중심으로 블루암모니아 형태로 수출을 하는 방안에 대해서 상당히 큰 관심이 있습니다. 그렇기 때문에 아까 송상윤 교수님 발표하신 대로 한국과 중동이 이러한 수소 공급망 협력에 있어서 상당히 중요한 파트너가 될 것이라고 보고 있습니다. 그리고 또한 최근 들어서도 중동 내에서도 에너지 다각화를 위해서 상당히 큰 노력을 하고 있고 그 중심에는 수소가 있기 때문에 이 수소 활용에 대해서 보다 많은 투자와 그다음에 협력이 이루어져야 될 것이라고 보고 있습니다. 한국이 수소차 분야 강점을 가지고 있는데 현재 한국 내에서 수소차가 운행되는 게 2만 대가 넘었다고 합니다. 그래서 여기에서 가지고 있는 한국의 경험이라든지 노하우를 중동에서도 분명히 필요로 할 것이고 특히나 최근 들어서 UAE도 그렇지만 사우디 내에서도 지금 네옴시티라든지 이런 대규모 스마트 시티 건설에서 이 수소차 활용에 대해서 상당히 큰 관심을 가지고 있고 수소를 활용한 고속철도 그 건설에도 큰 관심을 가지고 있기 때문에 분명히 한국의 경험이 중동 지역에서 상당히 큰 강점으로 작용할 것이고 이는 국내 기업이 진출할 데 상당히 큰 강점이 될 것이라고 보고 있습니다. 관건은 우리 기업이 중동 시장에서 이 건설 수주 이외의 다른 분야에 대해서 지속적으로 충분한 매력을 느낄 수 있느냐 여부인 것 같습니다. 네옴시티를 포함해서 중동의 건설 및 플랜트 수주는 상당히 꾸준히 이루어져 왔고 실제로 우리나라의 건설 수주에서 중동을 빼놓으면은 이 수주 시장에서 할 말이 없을 정도로 이미 중동 시장에서의 수주 비중은 우리나라의 건설 수주에 있어서 상당히 중요합니다. 그런데 이 건설 수주 이외에 경제 협력 다각화를 위해서 우리나라 업체, 기업들이 얼마나 다양한 분야에 대해서 지속적인 관심을 기울이고 있느냐 그리고 가격 경쟁력을 갖춘 중국과의 경쟁에서 우리나라가 어떤 부분에서 비교 우위를 충분히 가지고 있을 수 있느냐 이런 부분들에 대해서 충분한 협의가 이루어져야 될 것으로 보고 이를 위해서는 아무래도 정부 간 협력이 좀 더 긴밀하게 이루어져야 될 것으로 보고 있습니다. 그런 의미에서 본다면 한국과 GCC 간 FTA 협의는 이러한 민간 기업의 진출 촉진을 위한 협의로도 좀 확대되어야 될 것으로 보고 있습니다. 제가 두 번째 좀 준비한 디스커션은 이 한국과 중동 간의 문화산업 협력입니다. 사실은 그 첫 번째 발표에서 이 문화산업 협력에 대한 부분들이 있어가지고 제가 이것을 좀 디스커션을 준비했는데 사우디와 UAE를 필두로 문화 및 관광 산업에 대해서 상당히 대규모의 투자를 하고 있습니다. 대표적으로 그 키디아 엔터테인먼트 시티 건설이라든지 아니면 홍해 영화제 개최 등 사우디에서는 문화 산업 확대를 꼽을 수가 있고 UAE에서도 이런 유사한 사례들이 빈번해지고 있습니다. 또한 우리나라의 K-팝 가수들이 중동에서 공연하는 사례도 점차 빈번해지고 있습니다. 여기에 더해서 최근 중동 내에서 크게 좀 관심을 끌고 있는 분야는 애니메이션과 게임 같은 컨텐츠 산업인데 우리나라가 이 부분들에 대해서 강점을 가지고 있는 것은 물론 게임과 애니메이션 산업의 생산에 있어서도 상당히 큰 강점을 가지고 있지만은 한국이 플랫폼 산업을 중심으로 이 애니메이션과 게임을 공급을 하고 있고 이게 지금 동남아라든지 아니면 북미 시장에도 우리나라 플랫폼 기업들이 진출을 하고 있는 상황이기 때문에 이런 강점들을 가지고 중동 내에 이 증가하는 관련 수요에 우리 기업들이 충분히 대응할 수 있고 또한 진출할 여지가 많지 않을까 이렇게 좀 생각을 하고 있습니다. 한 가지 중동에서 많은 이슈가 있지만 그 중에 한 가지 이슈는 이 여성의 취업률 문제일 겁니다. 그래서 여성이 남성에 비해서 아무래도 실업 인구가 상당히 많고 이 비중으로 봤을 때도 상당히 높은데 이 컨텐츠 산업을 좀 활용을 해가지고 다양한 방식으로 활용할 수가 있는데 그 한 가지는 컨텐츠 산업 분야에서 역량 강화 협력을 하면은 여성들을 대상으로 역량 강화를 해서 컨텐츠 산업 시장에 진출할 수 있지, 진입할 수 있도록 할 수 있지 않을까라는 생각이 들고요. 또 한 가지는 이러한 문화 산업과 연계를 해서 최근에 뷰티 쪽에도 상당히 관심이 높아지고 있기 때문에 뷰티 업계 진출도 좀 고려할 수 있다고 보고 있습니다. 다만 최근에 그 UAE에서 이 한국의 문화에 대해서 설문조사를 한 적이 있는데 부정적인 인식이 좀 확대되고 있는 추세입니다. 그래서 2020년과 2021년을 비교하더라도 한국에 대해서 좀 부정적인 인식을 가진 비중이 좀 상당히 큰 폭으로 증가를 한 것 같습니다. 근데 그 이유가 뭐냐라고 봤더니 우리나라의 문화산업 업계에서도 이 중동에 대해서 진출을 많이 하고 싶어 하는데 가장 큰 문제는 중동에 대한 이해가 부족하다는 것이 큰 문제로 부각이 되고 있었고요. 그렇기 때문에 중동에 우리 기업이나 아니면 민간이 진출을 하고자 할 때는 특히나 이 문화에 대한 이해 그리고 현지 시장에 대한 이해가 좀 확실히 되어야 되겠다라는 생각이 들었습니다. 그 외에도 관광산업이라든지 아니면 의약품 제조 그리고 뭐 농업 다양한 분야에서 협력 수요가 점차 증가를 하고 있기 때문에 R&D라든지 아니면 지역에 대한 스터디가 보다 좀 더 강화되어야 될 것이라고 저는 보고 있고요. 그래서 이렇게 해서 저는 크게 에너지와 그 다음에 문화산업 측면에서의 토론을 좀 마치면서 이 발표하신 두 분께 질문을 한 가지 드리고 싶습니다. 우리나라 입장에서도 그렇고 중동 입장에서도 그렇고 경제협력 다각화를 위해서 상당히 큰 관심들을 가지고 있고 어제 사우디 대표단이 왔을 때도 우리 기업이 사실 거의 총출동한 거나 다름이 없는데 그 이후의 조치들에 대해서 제가 좀 궁금했던 거는 그렇다면은 FDI나 아니면 우리 기업의 참여를 좀 장기적인 측면에서 促진하기 위해서 과연 양국 정부가 어떤 협력을 해야 할 것인가? 예를 들어서 제도의 역할이 있을 것이고 아니면 우리 기업이 현지에 진출할 때 에이전시, 그러니까 현지 에이전시의 역할이 상당히 중요할 텐데 이런 부분들에서 두 분 발표자들이 보시기에 과연 그러니까 한국과 중동 정부 간에 어떤 협력이 좀 더 강화되어야지 이런 부분들에서 한국 기업들이 좀 더 매력을 느낄 수 있을지에 대해서 좀 질문을 드리겠습니다. 이상으로 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Third discussant, Dr. Rassam. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the two presenters for the comprehensive overview of energy and trade ties. I've grouped my remarks into 5 broad categories, and the first is about the oil trade that presenters have mentioned. While the oil trade may be in long-term decline due to energy transition policies and supplier diversification, as mentioned by the panel, I believe that the oil trade will still continue to drive Korea-Middle East trade, at least in the short term and in the medium term. South Korea's oil imports from the Middle East actually increased in 2022. They did fall in 2021, but this year they've increased due to a decline in South Korea's oil imports from Russia and due to the fact that oil imports from the US have been actually diverted to Europe. So this is actually all good news in the short and medium term for the oil trade between South Korea and the Gulf countries. Now, I know that we talked quite a bit about the FTA in this panel, but I'd also like to suggest that the FTA is a good pathway for the oil trade, and in particular, to reduce tariffs. At the moment, South Korea imposes roughly a 3% import tariff for oil coming in from the Middle East, and this actually makes Middle Eastern crudes more expensive compared to, say, crudes from the US. So an FTA would be a good way to actually solidify the South Korea Gulf oil supply chain. That's my first set of remarks about the oil trade. If you allow me, I will turn to now my second set of remarks, which actually deals with the localization emphasis in particularly the Gulf states in Saudi Arabia and the UAE. these two countries in particular have been very keen on localizing joint ventures. For example, Hyundai has set up a shipyard in Saudi Arabia. I believe that this kind of localization initiatives is something that South Korean companies should take advantage of. Oil exporters in the Gulf have plans to increase production and also tanker fleet size, as Dr. Abdulaziz mentioned earlier. The major shipbuilders in South Korea already corner a large share of ship orders, not just LNG tankers, but also oil product tankers. So I think although there is competition from China in terms of supplying these kinds of ships, localization such as joint ventures will give Korean companies, shipbuilding companies, an edge. Another way in which localization would help is for Korean companies to actually procure their supplies from locally world-class suppliers, such as DuCab, which supplies cables in the UAE, or Emirates Steel that supplies steel, cement companies, etc. And this will actually reduce the overseas supply chain risks for Korean companies based in the Gulf. In the earlier panel, Ambassador Hong mentioned increasing competition with Chinese and Turkish construction companies. This is true, but I think taking advantage of locally based suppliers in the Gulf could give Korean construction companies an edge over these Chinese and Turkish companies, which tend to procure everything, almost completely from their own indigenous supply chains. My third set of remarks aims to complement the supply-side renewable energy projects pointed out by the panelists. And here I would like to turn our attention quickly to demand-side management policies in the Gulf. In the GCC, the countries actually emphasize a lot on energy efficiency because this can actually reduce domestic consumption of oil and gas that's used in the power stations. And this will obviously allow more oil and gas to be exported overseas for more revenue. In this sense, I think the sale of advanced hybrid energy-efficient gas turbines, they can be used in existing power plants. This is one area which Korean companies can actually excel in. Doosan, for example, already makes and produces and exports energy-efficient hybrid gas-hydrogen turbines. So this is, it can be installed in existing power stations to prepare for the time when some hydrogen can be input into these power stations. It's true that South Korea will face competition from Mitsubishi and Siemens in this turbine market. But I guess this is where Dr. Abdulaziz's suggestion of increasing engagement in informal forums may give South Korean companies an advantage. My fourth set of remarks has to do with net zero ambitions. South Korea, as well as the Gulf countries, well, except Qatar, have announced net zero goals. Many South Korean companies have also declared a net zero target. One example is Hyundai, and companies which have a net zero target can actually consider purchasing, in the case of Hyundai, low carbon aluminum from locally based suppliers such as Emirates Global Aluminium in order to reduce the carbon footprint within the auto parts supply chain. Another way in which net zero can come into play is with regards to carbon storage. In the Gulf countries, quite a few of them have suitable underground sites for this purpose. And again, I would suggest that Korean companies which excel in construction could take a look at these kinds of carbon storage facilities. Finally, to broaden this out a bit, instead of just thinking about local supply chains and future industries, I would actually suggest that South Korea may want to think beyond just bilateral relationships when it comes to the Middle East. Bilateral relationships are fantastic, but I think well-defined minilateral groupings could also be very useful, especially if they have specific common goals. By unilateral groupings, I mean groupings of maybe 3 or 4 countries which come together to fulfill specific targets. Examples include the informal Track 1.5 discussions that are right now taking place between Israel, the UAE, and South Korea. These focus on things like AI, on food security, etc. Since there is also a similar Track 1.5, Israel, UAE, and Singapore, there's actually a potential to expand this into a minilateral with 4 countries, a quadrilateral, with Israel, UAE, Singapore, and South Korea. Potentially, if we think about minilaterals, you could even have one with, say, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and Egypt, given Egypt's role as an oil export route for Saudi oil into Europe. So I think minilaterals, going further and thinking more broadly, could offer an advantage, or it could complement just simply bilateral relationships. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sim, for your comments. I think now the 2 presenters may answer Mr. Park's question. We'll start with Professor Gouda.
So thank you so much. Great discussions. Very, different perspectives, and this adds a lot and enriches, I think, this session. I totally agree with what you have mentioned. All the perspectives and all that are highly valued, definitely. Regarding what Mr. Park have mentioned, talking about Iran and all that, of course, defining the Middle East is somewhat burdensome. So it depends on how you define the Middle East. For instance, if you look at global renewable outlook, they have Iran as a part of the Middle East. When you look at International Energy Agency, Iran is not part of the Middle East. So it's always, different perspectives of Iran. However, if we think of Iran, since we're talking about partnership and oil and trade and all that, this is something I'm usually saying, or not me specifically, but in economics, what is the most important thing when it comes to economic trade and prosperity and all that? The most important word for us is the word stability. So without stability, there is no trust. There is no trust, we cannot work together. And I think this is what Iran is suffering from right now. Unfortunately, we don't have political stability. We're not sure what will happen tomorrow with the sanctions, with the international environment, and we're not sure where it's heading. So Korea's dependency on Iran, can it increase or can it decrease? Actually, it depends on Iran's situation, not on Korea's situation. So this is something that we should definitely consider. However, without stability, I don't think there is any perspective for more trade or more development. Also, Dr. Kang talked about cultural outlook, and actually I wanted to talk about that. This is a very important thing, and this is actually happening so much in the Middle East right now. Of course, we look at K-pop and all that as something that's nice and all that, but in the Middle East, it's making huge waves. Personally speaking, in my last visit to Egypt, this summer, I have to tell you, now, I've been living here for 8 years. So when I go to Egypt, okay, you're living in Korea, that's great and all that. This time, people have always been talking with me about, BTS, Blackpink, and all that. It's really making waves. And there are lots of young people who want to come study in Korea. So Korea is now, again, the mental image of Korea, the idea of Korea in the minds of young people in the Middle East is really remarkable. And I think Korea should also move in this direction, tackling service sector, providing more education in English and in other languages to accommodate such kind of potential. Universities are suffering from the lack of students coming and enrolling and all that, and Middle East has huge potential. So hopefully, somebody in academia would listen to this and would do something about that. Regarding the cooperation, Dr. Kang was asking about the next steps. Where should we go? I have to tell you, since we're talking about buyers and sellers and trade, nothing will happen. To be honest with you, if Koreans are only thinking about selling stuff and Middle East is buying stuff, not such a big problem. What we want to do, or what can happen, is that we have more technical capacity. Koreans would teach Middle East how to have good institutions, how to standardize products, how to standardize process of production, all that. This is something that's unfortunately lacking in many Middle Eastern countries, and this is something that Koreans can definitely think about. EU have tried to do this with many Middle East countries, but they were not that eager, and the EU working together, many countries, it was not really a success story. Korea can do it, and I think so, in R&D and all that. So this will have two benefits, actually, or benefits for the Koreans and the Middle Easterns. So for Koreans, or for the Middle East at the beginning, of course, this will enrich economic development. We have standardization, we can work together, we can correspond with the same language. For Korea, this, I think, will accommodate Korean companies in the Middle East more and more, because we have the standardized of Korea coming to the Middle East. So this will, I think, fix the position of Korea in the Middle East. And this is a huge potential for Korean companies and for Korean economy. This is something that we can think of in the future. Thank you so much.
우선 그 이란을 지금 변수로 말씀하셨는데 사실은 뭐 예상하기가 쉽지는 않은 상황입니다. 앞서 얘기한 것처럼 뭐 제가 발표한 주제에서 이제 사우디와 한국 간의 수소 협력하는 데 있어서 한국 같은 경우는 절대적으로 이제 재생에너지 생산에서도 불리한 입장이고 또 결국 상당수 수소를 중동을 비롯한 또 호주 뭐 이런 지역에서 지금 수입해야 되는 상황입니다. 그런 상황에서 만약 사우디와 뭐 이란 간의 관계가 악화될 경우 뭐 석유에서와 똑같이 호르무즈 해협 봉쇄라든지 이 지역 정세 불안정으로 인해서 뭐 수소 가격도 향후에 폭등할 수 있지 않을까 그런 우려를 합니다. 여기서 주목할 점 중에 하나는 그 유럽 같은 경우는 파이프라인이나 이런 것들을 통해서 비교적 안정적으로 사우디의 수소를 운송할 수 있지만은 한국 같은 경우는 전량 뭐 에카 수송선이니 또 암모니아 선 등 뭐 이런 것들을 통해서 해상을 통해서 수소를 들여와야 하기 때문에 이 지역의 안정이 절대적으로 필요하지 않나라고 생각을 합니다. 그리고 그 두 번째로 얘기하신 그 FDI 관련해서 그 특히 뭐 중동 지역 그 FDI가 상당히 낮은 수준에 머물러 있는데 제일 중요한 거는 특히 이제 사우디 하나만 놓고 볼 것 같으면은 사우디 같은 경우 지금 인구가 2천만 명이 넘어가고 있습니다. 자국민 인구만 2천만 명이 넘어가고 현재 이 2천만 명을 과거처럼 다양한 복지 혜택들을 사우디가 제공하기가 쉽지 않은 상황입니다. 뭐 장기적으로 봤을 때 석유 수입원 자체가 공급 측면에서 있어서 그러니까 수요 측면에서 있어서 수요가 최근 언제 최고 정점을 찍느냐 할 정도로 석유 시장 자체는 장기적으로는 좀 그 전망이 어두운 상황인데 이런 상황에서 사우디가 당연히 신재생 에너지원으로 산업 다각화를 지금 실시하는 것은 어쩌면 당연한 일이 아닐까 생각을 합니다. 이런 사우디아라비아 입장에서 향후 과거와 똑같은 그 경제 시스템으로 국가를 운영하기가 더욱 힘들어진 상황에서 최근 뭐 그 아랍의 봄 이후에 지금 계속해서 요구하고 있는 것 중에 하나가 자국민 의무 고용 정책입니다. 니타카트 제도라고 하는 제도를 통해서 그 자국에 진출하는 기업들 같은 경우는 반드시 자국민을 의무적으로 고용하게 했는데 이게 결국은 해외 기업들에게 큰 부담으로 작용하고 있는 상황입니다. 왜냐하면 안타깝게도 그 노동 생산력 자체에서 상당히 이제 그 다른 국가들과 좀 차이를 보이면서 해외 기업들 같은 경우는 자국민들 고용하기를 꺼리는 상황이고 또 거꾸로 정부에서는 자국민들을 일정 부분 쿼터 이상을 고용하지 않으면 각종 페널티들을 부여하기 때문에 이런 부분에 있어서 해외 기업들이 쉽게 사우디아라비아 진출하는 데 있어서 상당히 애로점을 갖고 있지 않나 생각합니다. 저는 그래서 한국 기업들이 뭐 특히 사우디 하나만 놓고 봤을 때 이제 진출하는 데 있어서 중요한 점이 뭐냐면은 그 직업 훈련이라든지 이런 것들을 통해서 자국민들의 노동 생산력을 증대시키고 고용을 더욱 촉진시킬 수 있는 방향으로 사우디아라비아에 들어간다면은 사우디아라비아 정부 입장에서도 한국 기업을 마다할 리 없고 한국 기업도 장기적으로 이들과 어떤 비즈니스를 하는 데 있어서 훨씬 유리한 입장을 차지할 수 있지 않나라고 생각을 합니다. 마지막으로 그냥 제가 한마디 뭐 얘기를 하자면은 가끔 사람들이 이렇게 물어봐요. 석유가 그렇게 많은 사우디아라비아가 신재생 에너지로 이렇게 그 경제를 전환하고 또 수소 산업에 지금 엄청난 투자를 하려고 하는데 이 대체 무슨 일이냐라고 하는데 쉽게 말씀드리자면 향후 그 에너지 시장의 변화에 적극적으로 대처하지 못할 경우 사우디 같은 경우 전 세계에서 가장 큰 그 루저가 될 가능성이 큽니다. 왜냐하면 경제의 대부분을 석유에 의존하고 있기 때문에 이 전체적인 에너지 패러다임의 변화에 능동적으로 대처하지 못한다면 향후 사우디 경제, 정치 전반에 있어서 큰 위협 요인이 되지 않을까라고 생각을 하고 있고요. 이러한 것들을 인지해서 사우디 정부 자체도 적극적으로 중동 지역 내에서 가장 적극적으로 지금 대처하고 있습니다. 현재 그 탄소 중립과 관련해서 그런 그 정책들을 문서화한 국가로는 사우디아라비아가 처음이고요. 그다음에 다양한 분야, 특히 수소 산업, 최근 들어서 수소 산업 관련해서 중동 지역 아니면 전 세계 수소의 허브로 자리를 매김하기 위해서 투자를 지금 아끼지 않고 있는 상황이라고 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 예, 이상으로 마치도록 하겠습니다. 예.
Thank you for our presenters to answering the discussant questions. And now it's the time to open the floor for our audience if they have any questions. Please mention your name and to whom you would like to address your question.
I'm Professor Hyung-Gul Kim of TLB Graduate School of Law in Korea. When you think about the establishing a new framework for future industry, I think you can categorize it in two types. First, like renewable energy and hydrogen energy, big, heavy infrastructure industry. And second category is culture, entertainment, and biotechnology, a soft startup industry for future. First, when you think about building hydrogen and renewable energy plant, actually Korean companies are FDI investors, and Middle East countries are host country to get investment from the Korea. It's actually different from the construction business. Actually, in the construction business, Korean companies just get procurement from the European Middle East countries, but hydrogen and the renewable energy is like a very similar structure with the exploration and the production of oil. So from the viewpoint of Korean companies, establishing a renewable energy and hydrogen plant in Middle East, actually it takes high return and high risk business. So the Korean companies alone cannot invest. In that case, so the hosting country, Middle East country, should also co-invest as a strategic investor for the equity investor. So we can use such a framework, co-investment as an equity partner between Middle East country government or sovereign wealth fund plus Korean investors. And then we can, if we make such a framework, we can be successful, like exploration and production oil in the past. There is a country those understands very well. And second category for the new industry, future industry, like entertainment, culture, bio and the food industry is actually is infantry stage, it's not mature. So we should start from the R&D. And in that case, actually Korean companies, startups looks at Middle East country as an investor. It's a diverse direction. Korean startups like to attract foreign direct investment from the Middle East countries. In that case, but actually we should have a win-win strategy. So we should cooperate from the beginning of R&D. So, for example, Middle East country has also very good universities like Khalifa or King Abdulaziz University of Science and Technology in KSA, and they can cooperate to co-develop with the Korean universities like HFS or KAIST. And then for the development of R&D, you can use the fundraise venture capital together and develop together. If the technology is developed successfully, we can commercialize it together and then make investment, make a plant or entity in Middle East. In that stage, and second round of fundraising is available, both Korean funds or Middle East fund together, and then we can start full scale. So we should make such a fundraising framework for the future industries. So I think we would create, design a more fundamental fundraising structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of our participants would like to comment?
I think it's a good remark. I agree. I mean, yeah, I mean, if we can have fundraising together, that would be great, definitely. I have no objection to this remark. Thank you.
But I think as R&D, what Professor is talking about, that we should start with R&D is already implemented in many of Arab countries, like, for example, UAE. We have many R&D cooperation with Korea in terms of R&D, and we started this stage already implemented, and it is the right approach. But I think, as Professor Song mentioned in his presentation, we have to focus on speed of transaction and kind of R&D phase and taking time. It's going to take a long time rather than to focus on the speed of transaction. So I'd like to hear from your side as well.
저희 가끔 이제 자문을 다니다 보면은 과연 에너지 전환이 얼마나 빠른 속도로 이루어질 거냐 저한테 이렇게 묻는 사람들이 있어요. 저도 사실은 그런 질문이 올 때는 상당히 난감한데 분명한 거는 이제 저는 전체적인 트렌드로 봤을 때는 국제사회가 지금 기후 위기에 대한 대응에 적극 동참하고 있고 이러한 과정에서 에너지 전환의 속도는 좀 더 빨라지지 않을까라고 생각을 합니다. 근데 앞서 질문한 것처럼 수소 산업이라고 하는 거가 보면은 어떻게 보면 태동 단계라서 아직도 기술적으로 미흡한 부분들이 상당히 많습니다. 과거 20세기 초 석유 산업이라고 하는 것도 미국, 영국이 주도했는데 미국, 영국이 석유가 자국에서 미국은 아니지만 영국 같은 경우 자국에서 석유가 많이 나서 석유 산업을 주도한 게 아닙니다. 이 산업을 주도하기 위해서 바로 아까 말씀드렸듯이 그 기술이 뒷받침돼서 한 세기 이상 석유 산업을 지배했었고요. 이 수소 산업 역시도 초기 지금 태동 단계에 있는 이 수소 산업도 한국이 가능성 있는 분야에 대한 투자를 통해서 그 기술을 확보한다면은 충분히 그런 추가적인 투자를 받을 수 있지 않을까라고 생각합니다. 뭐 대표적인 예로 가온셀이라고 하는 기업 같은 경우는 최근 올해 그 큰 투자 유치를 받은 상황이고요. 기술력 하나 가지고 지금 상당히 이제 성장하고 있는 기업 중에 하나고, 그 외에도 특히 한국 기업들 같은 경우는 그 연료전지 관련된 분야에서 강점을 나타내면서 지금 현재 사우디 쪽으로부터 이제 러브콜들을 받고 있는 기업들이 몇 있다고 제가 이제 조사가 됐습니다. 만약에 한국이 충분한 기술을 확보한다면은 아까 얘기했던 그런 펀드들 같은 경우는 자연스럽게 돈이 되는 쪽에 그 자금들이 모인다고 생각을 합니다. 지금 이걸 달성하기 위해서는 우선적으로 해결해야 될 게 한국이 앞선 기술력을 바탕으로 중동 지역과 협력을 확대해 나간다면, 특히 뭐 수소 공급망이라든지 그다음에 또 수소차, 그다음에 뭐 수소차 관련된 충전소 인프라 구축 뭐 이런 부분에서 협력 확대해 나갈 수 있는 부분들은 충분히 있지 않나라고 생각을 합니다. 우리도 앞으로 그 재미난 것 중에 하나가 그 에너지 전환 얘기하면서 대부분 이제 초점을 맞추고 있는 게 재생에너지로의 전환, 그 다음에 또 수소 산업의 육성, 이 부분을 가장 많이 얘기하고 있는데, 여기에 추가해서 하나 더 고민해야 될 부분들이 뭐냐면은 공급, 그 다음에 수요 관련된 관리 최적화라고 볼 수 있습니다. 대표적으로 스마트 그리드라든지 ESS 부분에 대한 투자들이 계속 확대될 걸로 전망되고 있는데요. 재미난 전망이 그 대표적인 석유 회사라고 할 수 있는 BP, 그 다음에 쉐브론이 전혀 다른 전망을 했어요. 향후 석유 시장에 대해서. 근데 BP 같은 경우 좀 의미 있는 전망을 했는데 2030년 이후 석유에 대한 수요가 더 이상 증가하지 않습니다. 앞서 얘기한 것처럼 그 에너지 전환, 이 패러다임 자체가 저효율, 그다음에 고비용, 이런 친환경 쪽으로 가는 상황이기 때문에 무작정 그 에너지 수요에 맞춰서 에너지 공급을 증가시킬 수는 없는 상황입니다. 이런 부분에 있어서 향후 그 에너지 공급이라든지 그다음에 수요 관리에 있어서 그런 최적화할 수 있는 그런 시스템들 구축 이런 쪽에도 상당히 많은 관심들이 쏠리지 않을까라고 생각을 합니다. 예, 이상입니다.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks to all of you, and with this we come to the end of session 2. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That ends session 2 for today's forum. Now, thank you once again to our moderator, to the panelists, as well as the speakers for the insightful discussion and the presentations. Now, you may leave the stage and return back to your seats. Now, we will have a short break before we proceed with session 3 of the forum. You may have a break until 3:35 and return to your seats by 3:35 for the next session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Now we will begin session 3 of today's forum shortly. All participants, please return to your seats for the next session. Now, session 3 will begin with the theme of ways to address food security in response to global instability. As I explained in the previous session, each speaker will have 20 minutes for their presentation, and this will be followed by a panel discussion. After sharing comments and questions, the floor will be open so that the audience can ask questions. If you have any questions on the floor, please raise your hand and our staff will hand over the microphone. Now allow me to introduce the moderator, speakers, and panelists for session 3. Dr. Adel Abdel Ghaffar, Program Director and Fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. Next, we have Dr. Yahia Zubir, Professor of International Relations, KEDGE Business School, France, and non-resident Senior Fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. We have Dr. Lee Soo-jin, Lecturer of Graduate School of International and Area Studies, Department of Middle East and Africa at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. We have Mr. Seong-Yao Tang, FAO Representative and Head of Partnership and Liaison Office in ROK, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Now we have His Excellency Kwon Young-dae, former Ambassador of Korea to Lebanon. Next we have Dr. Oh Ming-lan, Professor of College of Liberal Arts of Hankuk University. Thank you all for being here with us today. And now I will hand over the microphone to our moderator of session 3, Dr. Adel Abdel Ghaffar. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be back here in Seoul and to be at this distinguished forum and to partner with CAS and the Jeju Peace Institute for the next 3 iterations of the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a tumultuous few years in the Middle East. First, the COVID pandemic hit and had a massive impact on the economies of the MENA region, an impact on trade, an impact on tourism, and an impact on the economy across the board. And actually, as the economies began to recover, now we are faced with the impact of the Russia and Ukraine war. Of course, the impact has been both at a political level and at an economic level. At the political level, it has put countries in the region in a tough spot They basically need to maintain their relations with their Western partners, such as the US and Europe, but in the same time, they do not want to alienate their Russian partner, because Russia has a long history in the Middle East, and many countries continue to hedge and balance between all powers, as we have seen in the UN, in the Security Council, and in the General Assembly. Of course, at an economic level as well, there's a massive impact in terms of food security, as we have seen, and rising prices and inflation. Of course, in the Gulf, countries with using their oil wealth have been able to shield their citizens from the impact of these issues, but in the same time, these countries are food secure, but they are not food self-sufficient, as we'll find out from our presentation today. It is really in North Africa where the impact is mostly felt of these food security issues, given that they are some of the largest importers of wheat in the world, and this has disturbed their supplies. It has caused rising inflation. All this happens amongst issues of unemployment, and of course we have to mention climate change. Climate change is really a multiplier of many of these issues and has a direct impact on the food baskets of these countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, the final panel, the title is Ways to Address Food Security in Response to this Global Instability I have mentioned. So we want to discuss what will be the impact, what has been the impact so far of the war, and how are countries responding. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, how can Korea help to address this situation? To answer these questions, we have assembled for you a spectacular, star-studded panel, and our first speaker will be my dear friend and colleague, Professor Yahya Zubair, who is a professor of international studies and director of the research in geopolitics at Kedge Business School in France, and he's also a senior non-resident fellow with us at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs in Doha. He has taught in multiple universities, and I think he's actually lived here in Korea for some time and taught here as well, and is very well published, including many journals and books as well. Dr. Yahya, the floor is yours.
Norma. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Korean Arab Society as well as the Jeju Peace Institute for this kind invitation, and I'm very honored to represent the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. I've been asked to address the issue of the impact of the Ukraine-Russia conflict on the region. So I give a little political overview in the sense that I'd like to present the reactions of the region to this conflict, first of all. And I believe that we cannot understand the conflict itself or the food issue without understanding the geopolitical context that is taking place around the world. So when this conflict took place, the region itself has avoided taking sides. That's the first point that I'd like to show. That is, they did not support either side. Their examples, if I take Algeria, for instance, it has good relations with both the Ukraine and Russia. But in general, because of the international context and this new world order that is emerging slowly or more rapidly, but it is happening. And so the Middle East region in general has been reluctant to jeopardize the growing presence of Russia. There is a comeback of Russia into the region in various areas, so that now you see neutrality taken by the whole region, not just the North Africa, where there are some traditional friends of Russia, like Algeria, which gets most of its weaponry from Russia, but also countries like Morocco, Tunisia, which have improved considerably their relations with Russia in recent years.
So if you look at the areas in which Russia has established relations in the region, it's not limited to armaments, but also energy, agri-food, tourism, and so on. How do you prove that? You look at the votes at the United Nations and the positions that have been taken by the various players in the region. That neutrality is very evident. And you look also at the populations in general. There is an attitude which is not necessarily pro-Russian, but which understands Russia and is more critical of the Western world because of the, the reaction, for instance, to the refugees, since I was asked also to mention the refugees. So most of the people in the region, they said, when you had conflicts in Libya or in Syria, in Yemen and elsewhere, there was no attention paid to the refugees. If anything, Europe prevented the refugees from coming in, whereas with the Ukraine, the Ukrainians were welcomed with open arms. That's one issue in the area. And Moscow has remained within this, during this conflict, rather, kept its traditional relations, but also played its cards properly with its former clients or potential clients like Turkey, and enticing them in a sense or appreciating their neutrality in the conflict. I give an example in the presentation there where wheat has continued being delivered to traditional friends like Egypt, Turkey, and Iran. And the Gulf states, and my colleague Dr. Lee will talk more about the Gulf, which he knows probably better than me. But even the Gulf countries, which are traditionally linked by their relations in security terms to the United States, but they have also engaged with Russia and with China, by the way, because most of these countries, ever since the 2010s, have improved their relations, or they diversified. And I think one of the colleagues earlier talked about the diversification that has taken place. I give the example of the King of Morocco, who in 2016 gave a speech where he said, look, we keep our traditional allies, but we are diversifying. We're dealing with the Gulf countries, we're dealing with China, we're dealing with Russia, and in fact, the latest thing is that there is a nuclear plant that is being developed, I think, by the Russians. There was an agreement on that. So, in these countries did not want to side with, in the conflict, they wanted to keep this neutrality and to keep distance from both. And that's I started with the geopolitical so that you understand what is going on with the food security, in the sense that you are dealing with two main suppliers of wheat and other items, food items, to the region. And I'd say it now before I forget. The Arabic word, in some parts, not in the western part of the Middle East, but in the eastern part, bread is called aish. Aish is life. So that shows the importance of wheat in the region, and the geopolitical, or the good relations with these two countries is important. In other words, to keep Russia, or both protagonists, in amicable relations. So to get into the food issue, which is a really, really scary one, as we will talk in a second, but the MENA was already, because of its geographical location, has experienced environmental stressors like water scarcity. You have air pollution, poor waste management, and also declining soil fertility, as well as biodiversity and marine life. So they have been affected by climate change, like our colleague has demonstrated earlier. The climate change has had an impact. By the way, we talk about the Middle East. My writings usually talk about, especially when I deal with North Africa, I deal with North Africa and the Sahel because they are linked. Because if you're talking about refugees, the Sahel has itself been impacted well before by food insecurity and refugees coming to the north, some of them wanting to go to the northern Mediterranean, that is the southern Europe, but they stay, many of them stay in the North African region or in the Maghreb region, which adds another stress to the region with refugees coming from the Sahel. So, and this climate change and other issues, those stressors have affected the smallholders because of the deteriorating livelihoods. And you can imagine, for these poor households, the ones who are involved in agriculture, when they see their lands are drying, lack of water, lack of management. So in a sense, nature, the climate change plus other conditions are affecting these countries. It's working. So what we are witnessing, I started with the world, what's happening with the world order, with this international order emerging. Then we have the COVID-19 that has had a real impact on these societies and those states and making it very difficult for them to manage these problems. And now you have yet another problem that is emerging, which is the food security. So you're dealing with the region which goes, from the Atlantic Ocean all the way to Iran and Afghanistan, where you have already a problem, as I said, of water. And you have to travel to Jordan or to Iraq to see, or Iraq used to have, to be rich in water, but that is changing. So in a sense, there is fear throughout the region that we may have famines that could, be out of the results of nature as well as of conflicts. And now to go back to the protagonists, that is the Ukraine and Russia, these are the main suppliers of the Middle East in terms of food. What has the conflict done is that it led to an increase in price of these commodity, since they, especially with the sanctions and other issues, and then the rise of the price of oil, which makes it very difficult for countries, the non-oil producing countries, to purchase, grains and other things. The Ukraine and Russia are the first and second largest producers of sunflower seeds. They account for about 80% of the world production. And so, these seeds are very important for the production of oil and essentially ingredients for the food industry, chips, potato chips, margarine, ready-made meals, and so on and so forth. And so, for the cooking oil, in different parts of the region, including, by the way, it's not just the Middle East and North Africa. I live in France, and there was a problem of cooking oil that you could not find on the shelves, but more so on the other side of the Mediterranean. So, but again, even the seed, the sunflower oil, comes from Russia and from the Ukraine. The Ukraine represented, at least in 2020, 87.8% of the Iraqi imports, for instance, 67.7% of the Turkish imports in 2021, and more than half of Egyptian imports in 2020. And you'll see for the wheat, it's even more considerable. The prices of wheat have increased tremendously. They doubled, basically, from 170, now they are 320 euros per ton. And again, as I said, for the Middle East region, it is the aish, it is the life of the people there. So the subsidies, many of the countries live on subsidies. So, the governments do subsidize, because most of the states in the region are worried that, that there would be food riots, because of the lack of wheat. Some countries had experienced that in the 70s already. Tunisia, for instance, in 1978, there was what we called the bread riots at the time. We didn't call them the spring. It was the riots because of food. And so this lack or these shortages, they lead in general to radicalization of the populations, and then the states would have to use repression against the populations. So we see then we have a rise in energy and food prices, which have an impact on the global energy and commodity markets. And of course, because of the sanctions and all, the Ukrainians stopped, supplying wheat, the export of wheat, oats, millet, buck, wheat, and other foods they can keep them for themselves, and this is what is happening. Today I was reading the news that Russia now is resuming the shipment of wheat and fertilizer to the developing countries mostly. So because we know that Russia and Ukraine provide about 20% of the global exports of corn as well, and nearly 80% of the sunflower seed products. The food shortages also have pushed millions into poverty not only in the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa, but also in the African continent in general. Especially, that Russia, for instance, produces, is the world's largest producer of fertilizer. In fact, even before the conflict, if you look at what was happening before the conflict, the prices of fertilizer were going up. The prices in 2021 contributed largely to the increase in the prices of food. And so these are all, if you add this to the major conflicts that are taking place in the region, so you see that it's not very optimistic. In Egypt, the price of wheat and sunflower oil has gone up as well because the country imports 85% of its wheat and 73% of its sunflower oil from Russia and the Ukraine. Now, why is this also very critical for the region? Because there's also now pressure by Western countries on many of these, the MENA region, to sever their relations with Russia. And that is a real complication for the region. So, and then you have also the capacity of the states to stock their the wheat, the grains and so on and so forth. If you take the case of Lebanon, the explosion of the silos a few years ago, what was it, 3 years ago or so, now they lost the capacity to stock, the grains. So dependency is the key word here. The MENA region depends considerably on the Russian wheat and Ukrainian wheat as well. So Syria depends. I gave you these statistics because they speak for themselves. It's 100% in Syria. Egypt 80%, Turkey 85%, Libya 75%, and Lebanon 60%. So in 2020, before the conflict, for instance, the Ukrainian wheat exports destined for the Middle East 50% of them came from the Ukraine. I am very bad in time management, and I know he's keeping an eye on me. We've worked together for a long time. But the region is a big consumer of wheat. You have to know this. I know Algeria, for instance, Egypt are the largest importers in the world. So you can imagine the impact. Although Algeria has some other suppliers like France, it's traditionally, but because it has good relations with Russia, it may not feel the impact as much. But this has led, by the way, many of the countries because they were taking, like what happened with COVID-19, the states in the MENA, they were taken by surprise. So the impact was even greater. And that will lead us later to in the Q&A. What is it that they are doing today? And they have to take serious measures in order to prevent riots, as I said, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to skip a little bit some of the on the statistics which you have in the booklet, but they are really very revealing about the conditions. But why? The question is, why do we have this? The reasons for the MENA's dependency, it has a lot of reasons. Some are legitimate, but others are man-made. I'm very big on human security and mismanagement. And so the bad governance has led to many of the problems that the states face. Low production capacity because of the climate, that's legitimate because you cannot do much, but also you have to be, to anticipate some of these problems. The domestic demands, which has not slowed down, on the contrary, it kept increasing. And the population that is increasing. So you have a population that increases, but the resources diminish. So it's not a Malthusian theory that I'm holding here, but it is happening, unfortunately. And then the structural problems, because they used to export a lot, and you know that there are some countries that are buying lands in many of the poor countries. I came back from Ethiopia yesterday, and I know that Saudi Arabia has bought lands in Ethiopia, Turkey has bought lands, and so on. Many countries have bought lands where they grow food and so on and so forth. And then the countries lack, resources and food resources. So this whole has led to inflation and all that, and I have to skip because, as usual, I would go to the conclusion. If I look, when I read what my colleague was going to talk about the Gulf, so I focused a little bit on the western part of the MENA region. And so the main vulnerability of the western part of the MENA region is the high dependence on grain imports for human consumption and animal feed. There's very few solutions to that. So, but because the construction of dams is expensive and desalination plants and so on and so forth. But some states are talking about desalination and so on in the region. And I think since we are talking about the collaboration between Korea and the Middle East, and that's where Korea can come in, just like China has gone into Ethiopia and so on and so forth for doing that. I know I'm almost out of time. So in my view, this is a personal opinion. One of the ways to address these problems is to work on the human security, to work on good governance, policy, planning, and implementation. That in all the countries in the region, no exception, they are lacking in that area. So what have they done recently? And I conclude with that. Some of them are taking now drastic measures. I can tell you one example about Algeria, where I was about 3 weeks ago, and so. Now you have punishment for those who hoard, food products, like oil, flour, and so on. You have penalty. I mean, people go on trial, and they get sentences for 10 to 15 years just for hoarding this kind of products. Good governance, human security, implementation of development policies. I think the region needs to look at that and needs to get inspired by what Korea and other countries, how is it that some of the Asian countries, even small ones, are succeeding and the other countries are not. And I think that the countries in the region need to learn from the mistakes and from the COVID-19 crisis and do something about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Professor Yahya, fantastic presentation, many highlights, shows how countries in the region have been hedging and balancing and trying to maintain their neutrality we also understood a bit more about what is driving this food insecurity and this over-dependence definitely on Russia and Ukraine. And I particularly liked your conclusion as well as some of the policy solutions and a way out of here, and definitely how we can learn also from efficient agricultural practices and less waste of water, which is very precious in the Middle East and very scarce now. So thank you very much for your presentation. The second presentation is very complementary of the first presentation, and it will be given by Dr. Lee Sujin, who is a lecturer of Graduate School of International and Area Studies at the Department of Middle East and Africa at the Hankook University of Foreign Studies, which I've had the pleasure of visiting. Professor Sujin Lee also holds her PhD with a focus on the Gulf monarchies, and her presentation today will focus on the GCC. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sujin Lee from Hankook University of Foreign Studies. So first of all, thank you for giving me this great opportunity to discuss one of the most timely and important topics these days. So to be honest, I'm used to focus on traditional concept of security, such as regional alliances, but regime security as well. But however, raising concerns of non-traditional security, like climate changes and food security, makes me requiring of study this part, and preparing this presentation today helps a lot to understand both GCC and Korea's food security environment. So today, I'm going to present characteristics of Gulf countries and responses, and introduce some cases of cooperation between Gulf countries and Korea. So scholars used to have criticized existing security theory post-Cold War era. So there was a discussion of complexity of security and diversity of security subjects. So it leads to emergence of extended concept for security, including food security as part of climate changes. So following the food crisis in 2007, among politicians and global organizations, makes effort to deliver importance of food security. So in 2009, part of this effort, Declaration of the World Summit on Food Security delivers definition for food security, as you can see. So, and also UN highlighted importance of food security in second goal of the Sustainable Development Goal here, as you can see on the presentation. And this shows these graphics shows a slight different concept for the food. So in academia, food security means ensuring of all people across the world have access the sufficient food to meet their dietary needs. And food sovereignty is more extended version and concept of the food security to overcome a limitation of definition for food security. So it includes concept of security as well as where the food comes from and how it is produced. And in addition to this, food safety should address when we talk about food security as well. Through understanding of this concept, we can have a more diversified perspective on food security. So food security is a multidimensional concept characterized by 4 pillars related to availability and accessibility, utilization, and stability here. But impediment in any of these dimensions would challenge food security at all levels from person to global. So as you can see on the figure, we can check Gulf countries has a similar index score and have shown fine affordability and availability comparing to its resilience and quality for food. But from next slide, I will discuss more details about of the Gulf countries' characteristics for food security. So these 2 pictures on the slides describes the unsuitable environment for agriculture of the Gulf countries. First picture here on the slide show that GCC lacks fresh water and expect to meet water shortage for future. And according to the report for water resources of GCC, 77% of extra water will be needed in the future. And the second picture here shows a Arabian Peninsula's desert status. So red dot on that slide picture represents sand areas, and we can see over half of the GCC countries covered by desert. So I figure out when scholars and researchers discuss food security, most of them agrees that GCC countries are food secure, but not food self-sufficiency. So, and because GCC countries lack its control over their food sources and highly dependent on food imports, as you can see on the table, and it shows all the countries' increased food import last decade. And it makes countries more vulnerable to price and supply shocks. So during 2007 to 2008, global food crisis raised awareness of the supply to the GCC, and especially they experienced difficulty of food import due to major food exporting countries such as Argentina and Russia's restricted export their food. And in the same period, Gulf countries witnesses inflation, and it raises concern on political stability of the region either. And at the same time, growing population and rising income levels and changing in consumption habits result in continuing growth in consumption levels in the GCC countries too. So although GCC countries have a high purchasing power, their supply capacity, quality, and safety scores are relatively low. But in addition to this, instability of agriculture production is high, and lack of variety for food production is also a problem of Gulf states. And as I mentioned in previous slide, Gulf countries are heavily relied on importation, so and it takes over almost 85% of food consumed by populations. However, Gulf countries overcome these difficulties with investment on agriculture infrastructure and offers a relatively low import tariff on food. And government of GCC states invest agro-technology and developing system aggressively. For example, led farms of Saudi Arabia more diversify their fund to public and private sector within the region and scale up their businesses within several technologies. So because of the Gulf countries have purchase power, they had a less intention, and also we have a less intention on food security of the Gulf countries. However, through these events from 1970 to 2020, Gulf countries faced a difficult situation for the food supply. So naturally, major concern of GCC countries for food became price and a supply shocks from the purchase of the food. So GCC makes effort together, and for example, they announced the approval of Kuwait proposal to establish a joint food security network to reduce a negative impact from the global food crisis. So if you look at the figure 2 here, most GCC countries scored around 70 points during last decade, though their score is similar. Each Gulf country's agenda and strategy for enhancing food security is a bit differences. So I brought several cases like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and Oman's case today. So Saudi Arabia launched its agriculture development fund in 1963 to develop and encourage research related to food. And Saudi government also announces fostering agriculture sector and secure food as part of Vision 2030. And it shows how a government considers food security as an important part of national agenda. Also, several companies directly invest in and purchasing foreign land like US, California to stabilize supply and get high quality of the product. So also, as you can see on the picture, Saudi government developed a massive grain terminal in Yanbu area for food preservation. But UAE here is I can say, most prominent and enthusiastic players among the GCC countries by launching, they launching a national food security strategy 2051, and the government aims to achieve zero hunger by ensuring access to safe and nutritious and sufficient food all year round throughout the world. And the strategy specifically aims to implement resilient agricultural practices that increase productivity and productions. But what I want to highlight among the goals of the strategy, the UAE government shows balanced approach for developing legislative systems and technology part, not only focus on economic support in the country and invest in the sectors. In addition to this, UAE government developing sustainable food supply systems such as vertical farm, smart greenhouse, and using IoT for adapting a smart agriculture on the businesses. So here are the pictures of smart farm in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Second picture shows a UNS farm which produces over 1,000 kilograms of vegetables and sell its product to the local hotel and the businesses around the farm. And third one, the Pure Harvest built in 2016 and in Abu Dhabi and cooperate with a Dutch technology. So not only build a farm, the UAE government tried to bring a cooperation between the foreign countries with the technology sectors. So third country is Qatar, which shows a similar aspect of enhancing food security to other Gulf countries. However, Qatar shows some aggressive investment after 2017. Scholars also agrees a blockade become a wake-up call to the country, just like other GCC countries. Qatar had a national development strategy, but newly announced agenda after 2018, enhancing a self-sufficiency of food and develop food security system. Also, through strategic food security project, Qatar targeted increasing food supply, for example, increasing seafood supply and vegetables from 24 to 70. And like Saudi Arabia, Qatar also invested in agricultural land abroad. And however, recently Qatar chose a slightly different policy on the invest in foreign land. So they built a joint investment with the existing local agro company to make a win-win relationship. And if you look at the table 4 here, you can see how food exporting countries diversified and changes before and after the blockade. So they try to arranging a alternative trading route and upgrading and to preparing a diversify of their exporting countries. Qatar tried to upgrading ports to prepare a additional shipping and expanding of new, for example, expanding of new Hamad ports. So Oman uses interesting characters. They use geographical advantages very well, and not only develop food security agenda, but Omani government also invest a strategic reserve system to ensure a supply for domestic consumption near harbor. And also it can strengthen purchasing power by signaling sellers that countries have alternative sources of supply and militating against price gouging. And currently, Oman built a plan for a agriculture bulk terminal in Salalah near the sea for grain reserve and designed to serve as a hub for the region and store grain for the country. So put together, Gulf countries' responses on food security, it can be summarized as a government actively develop national strategy for food and invest in agro-technology to overcome a limited environment for producing of food. So considering Gulf's effort for investment to technology, Korea can be a good partner to cooperate for strengthening food security because Korean government and Arab countries facing a very similar challenges in food security and sharing a common consideration. So Korea is also, just like Gulf countries, highly relies on food import and ranked 32 place for the food security index, and it recorded a lowest level, lowest score among the OECD countries, especially comparing to Japan. Japan is ranked in 10th. So we, Korean government, try to enhancing our food security power among the OECD countries. So to overcome this kind of difficult situation, South Korea government tried to stabilize food supply chain and responding to climate changes and developing the agriculture sector very aggressively, just like Gulf countries. But one of the major efforts here of the Korean government is invest in research and development sectors. So Korea scored almost 86%, 86 points out of 100, and reveals a public expenditure on R&D systems scoring 100 points out of 100. So during last 50 decades, productivity of the agriculture increased by 65%, while labor hours decreased almost 90% over the same period. So this shows how a robust agriculture infrastructure and inputs can transform a sector. Also, this effort of investing in technology bear fruit. So Korea displays strong achievement when it comes to adapting to a warming world with agrotechnology. And for example, Rural Development Administration of Korea successfully planting rice in desert in UAE recently. And Korean government, through this experience, they expect further research and cooperation for climate changes and food security, and even water shortage environment for growing a food both Korea and Gulf countries as well. So table 5 here briefly introduces South Korea's company enrolled into G60 countries. And in addition to this, early this month, Korean government visited Saudi Arabia with a couple of smartphone companies to discuss investment on Neom City in Saudi Arabia. But as we see from the presentation, Korea and Gulf states have a common interest to enhancing food security with the investment of Gulf countries and Korea's technology. And both can expect better results and securing food security. So I think I'm a little bit faster than expected.
More time for Q&A.
Yeah, but anyway, thank you for listening to my presentation today, and thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for a very rich presentation. I also appreciated that she started with a definition of what is food security and a conceptual framework, and then also highlighted issues of water scarcity, which face the GCC and definitely countries across the region. And I also like how you contrasted and compared the experience of the various GCC countries and how they address this issue. And finally, of course, how Korea had overcome, and the increased productivity of 65% in agriculture is an incredible number, and shows how Korea can teach not just the GCC, but also countries across the region. Now we will move to our first discussant, Mr. Shangyao Tang, who is a national of the People's Republic of China and has been serving as the FAO representative and head of the FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea since July 2020 to strengthen the partnership and cooperation between FAO and the Republic of Korea in contributing to global food security, eradication of hunger, enhancement of agricultural productivity, and strengthening regional cooperation. Mr. Tang, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Adele. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting me to be here today as a discussant of this session. At the same time, I'd like to thank the two presenters, Dr. Zoubir and also Dr. Yi,
for the very informative and valuable presentations. I have noticed Dr. Yi has saved more than 3 minutes for us. I will try to save at least 2 minutes for the rest of the two discussants. The world food and agriculture is facing many challenges. First, the recurrent COVID-19 pandemic, which has disturbed substantially the supply and trade chain of food and agriculture. Secondly, we have long-lasting challenges of biodiversity loss, environmental degradation, climate change, economic slowdown, among many others. Thirdly, we have also the current conflicts and war, including the Russian-Ukraine conflict, which has been mentioned, talked about by Dr. Zobir. On top of it, the world food and agriculture is now facing 5 F crises. The 5 F is food, feed, fertilizer, fuel, and low level of finance. So as a result of those challenges and crises, the world's food security is off track to achieve 2030 agenda, particularly SDG 2, zero hunger. You may know there were 828 million people suffered from hunger last year. 40 million more than the hunger people in the year of 2020, or 150 million people more than the figure in 2019. That was before the COVID-19 pandemic. There were about 3 billion people who couldn't afford to have a healthy diet, which is only $3.7 per day per person. So that is really very challenging for all of us. We need to do something unusual. If we do business as usual, I don't think we can achieve the 2030 SDG. In this region, there were 425 million people suffering from hunger in Asia and the Pacific. If we do business as usual, the 2030 SDGs can only be achieved by 2065. That is 35 years later. But by that time, I don't know I'm in the world or not. Some of you may already get very old. So, in the Middle East, as described by the two presenters earlier, the food security is not optimistic neither. Increasingly scarce and fragile natural resources are affecting food production, which is quite low in the region. Limitation in the supply of food make the region a large and growing importer of basic foodstuffs. This heightened its vulnerability to hacks and volatility in international food prices. In addition to the long-standing structural changes to food security, several countries in the region remain under civil insecurity, while many others are facing protracted crises. In order to achieve food insecurity, to address food insecurity, and achieve transformation to efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems,
FAO has established a new vision and aspiration of 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life. Now, to achieve the 4 betters, FAO is working together with its member countries to implement the 20 PPAs. FAO has also initiated flagship initiatives such as Hand-in-Hand initiative focusing on seeds, LTCs, and LLTCs. 1,000 the Digital Village Initiative, DVI, One Country, One Product Initiative. Coming to the Middle East, FAO Regional Office for the Near East and North Africa, which is based in Egypt, Cairo, has identified the 4 major priorities in the Near East and North Africa region for transforming food systems to achieve SDGs. I have promised to save two minutes, but it seems it's not possible. I will try to highlight the, let's say, the bullet points, and then I can save 2 minutes for the other 2 discussants. But in any way, if you would like to have more information about what FAO does to address food insecurity, I would be very pleased to provide more information. So, in the Middle East, the FAO Regional Office is focusing on priority 1, 4 priorities. 1, investing for rural transformation and inclusive value chains. Priority 2, enhancing food security and healthy diets for all. Priority 3, greening agriculture, water scarcity, and climate action. Last one, building resilience to multiple shocks. Dear participants, as Dr. Yi said earlier, RK faces similar challenges in food and agriculture. And RK is a major importer of food. The self-sufficiency is only around 40%. Only rice is self-sufficient. However, but RK has good experience and practices in agricultural technology development and climate change response, and can be shared and benefit the developing countries. In this regard, since the establishment of my office, the FAO Partnership and Liaison Office in the Republic of Korea, partnership and cooperation between FAO and RK has been strengthened. My office has been working with RK partners in relevant fields to share the good practices in order to achieve FAO's new aspirations of 4 betters and benefiting developing countries. And my office is also pleased to partner and cooperate not only with RK, but also with countries in the Middle East to address food insecurity to achieve SDG 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tang, for your insightful comments and highlighting to us really the FAO's efforts to address many of these issues. And also thank you for saving 50 seconds for the next speaker. Much appreciated. We'll go to our next discussant, His Excellency Young Dae Kwon, who is a Korean diplomat who graduated from Seoul National University, majoring in Western history. In addition, he has an MA in political science from Georgia State University and has served as an ambassador to the Republic of Lebanon and Kenya. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all the organizers for kindly inviting me to this wonderful session. Personally, I have cultivated plants and vegetables for almost 10 years. Therefore, I always attach great importance to agricultural cooperation between Korean Arab countries for better communication Now I speak Korean. 야이야 박사님께서는 그 러시아 우크라이나 전쟁으로 얼마나 아랍 국가들이 취약한지를 잘 설명해 주셨습니다. 특히 러시아 우크라이나 전쟁에 따른 곡물 수급 불안과 곡물 상승 가격, 이에 따라서 또 에너지와 비료 가격이 상승해 갖고 이것이 대외 곡물 수입 의존도가 높은 지역의 불확실성 증가를 유발하였습니다. 이러한 총체적 위기, 이 복합적 위기의 대표적인 나라가 아마 제가 근무했던 레바논이라고 생각합니다. 그래서 레바논에 대해서 간단히 설명을 드리자면은 시리아 내전의 영향으로 레바논에는 인구의 4분의 1, 한 150만 명의 난민이 있었습니다. 그리고 경제 위기와 경제 파탄과 더불어 레바논 파운드의 급격한 가치 상승, 거의 90%의 레바논 파운드의 가치가 떨어졌습니다. 이와 더불어 에너지 위기도 발생을 하여 자동차를 주유하려고 하면은 거의 4시간 정도 기다려야 할 정도로 모든 사람들이 고통을 받고 있었습니다. 특히 2020년 8월 베이루트 항구에서 발생한 항구 폭발 사고로 인해서 곡물 저장소가 파괴가 되었습니다. 그래서 충분하게 식량을 비축할 장수도 없어갖고 특히 글로벌 식량 위기에 매우 취약합니다. 그래서 레바논과 같이 레바논뿐만 아니라 야이야 박사님이 언급하신 대로 마그레브 지역이 되게 글로벌 식량 위기에 매우 취약하다고 생각합니다. 저는 야이야 박사님이 발언한 내용 중에서 2가지 점에 주목을 합니다. 첫 번째는 정치적인 안정이라는 것은 아주 안정적인 식량 공급과 밀접한 관련이 있다는 사실입니다. 이것은 다시 말해서 식량 위기가 지속될 경우 결국 아랍의 봄처럼 일부 취약한 중동 지역에서 대대적인 시위, 폭동과 정권 위기로 이어질 가능성을 배제할 수가 없습니다. 또 둘째는 제가 주목하는 것은 위기 상황을 극복하는데 정책 입안 및 시행에 있어서 굿 거버넌스가 중요하는 야이야 박사님의 주장에 전적으로 공감합니다. 실제로 제가 근무했던 나라들에서 몇몇 기업인들이 항상 얘기하는 것이 정부와 정부 시스템이 투명성과 신뢰성을 확보하지 않는 경우 투자를 하지 않겠다는 말을 저에게 자주 얘기를 했습니다. 그만큼 굿 거버넌스라는 것이 매우 중요하다는 것을 제가 근무를 하면서 실감을 했습니다. 이수진 박사께서는 식량 안보에 대한 개념 정의가 아주 되게 저에게 도움이 되었고 GCC 국가들이 식량 안보 현황 및 대응 방안에 대해서 잘 설명해 주셨습니다. 특히 한국 기업들이 일부 GCC 국가들의 농업 분야에서 어떻게 진출했는지에 대한 현황은 되게 유용한 자료라고 생각합니다. GCC 국가들이 가장 당면한 문제는 제가 생각하기에는 높은 구매력에도 불구하고 식량 자급률을 높이는 것입니다. 따라서 농업 분야 및 식량 안보 분야에서 오랜 경험과 첨단 기술을 부여한 한국과의 협력이 더욱 중요해진다고 생각합니다. 따라서 본 주제와 관련해서 제가 주로 정책적 면에 초점을 두고 4가지 사항에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다. 첫째, 한국의 ICT 기술을 활용한 스마트 농업 및 농업의 디지털화는 중동 지역이 식량 안보 위기에 효율적으로 대응하는 데 큰 도움을 줄 것입니다. 이미 UAE, 사우디아라비아, 쿠웨이트 등 일부 GCC 국가에서 스마트 농업이 도입되고 있는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 스마트 팜은 ICT를 접목해서 원격 또는 자동으로 농작물의 생육 환경을 적정하게 또 유지 관리하기 때문에 기후의 영향을 적게 받으면서 농산물의 생산성과 품질 제고가 가능합니다. 특히 GCC 국가들은 소비작물 대부분을 수입에 의존하고 있어 스마트팜을 통해 자급률 확대를 꾀할 수 있습니다. 제가 보기에는 장기적으로는 양식업에도 첨단 기술을 이용한 디지털화를 잘 활용할 수 있을 것입니다. 둘째는 해외 농업기술개발사업센터, 이른바 코피아 설치 문제입니다. 전 세계적으로 대한민국은 23개의 코피아를 운영하면서 개별 국가의 농업 생산성 향상, 국가별 맞춤형 농업기술 지원을 위해 노력하고 있는데 아쉽게도 중동 지역에는 온리 알제리아만 유일하게 설치되어 있습니다. 여타 중동 국가에도 코피아 센터를 설치한 문제를 적극 검토하면 좋겠습니다. 최근에 과테말라에서 코피아 센터가 설치되었습니다. 코피아 센터는 개별 국가의 농업 환경을 고려하여 가장 최적의 농업 기술을 지원하고 있습니다. 예를 들면 열악한 기술로 농업에 어려움을 겪는 UAE에서 추진 중인 사막 벼 재배는 현재 실증 연구 단계가 마무리되어 가고 있습니다. 제가 근무했던 케냐에서도 코피아가 시범 사업, 마을 사업을 운영하였었는데 특히 딸기 수경 재배 기술 보급으로 생산량의 약 3.9배, 양계 기술 보급으로 농가 소득이 3.6배가 각각 증가함으로써 좋은 성과를 거뒀던 기억이 납니다. 셋째는 정부 차원의 협의체를 적극 활용하여 농업 분야에서 협력 확대 방안을 논의하는 것도 되게 중요합니다. 식량안보 위기 대응은 개별 국가의 노력이 아닌 초국가적 협력이 절실하기 때문에 한국과 아랍이 지속가능한 성장이라는 공통의 목표 달성을 위해서 식량안보, 기후변화 대응 또는 농업개발 같은 다양한 부분에서 협력을 확대해 나가야 할 것입니다. 예를 들면 공동이 자주 정기적으로 개최되는 공동이라든지 한사우디 비전 2030 위원회 등 주요 양자 협력 협의체 계기를 활용하여 농업 분야 의제를 적극 포함시켜 정부 차원에서 협력 사업을 발굴해 나가야 할 것입니다. 아울러 식량 안보에 취약한 중동 국가에 대한 농업 개발 원조 ODA도 확대해야 할 것으로 생각합니다. 넷째는 식량 안보 위기는 빈곤 퇴치, 농업 개발, 기후 변화 대응, 난민 문제, 아동 문제 등 복합적 이슈와 밀접하게 연관이 되어 있기 때문에 SDG (Sustainable Development Goal) 달성과 연계하여 큰 틀에서 접근해야 되기 때문에 국제기구, 특히 옆에 계신 분과 같이 FAO, UNHCR, WFP, 유니세프 등 유관 국제기구와 긴밀하게 협력하여 추진해야 나갈 것으로 생각합니다. 제가 마지막으로 한 가지 질문을 드리려고 합니다. 푸드 시큐리티 문제를 해결하려면은 주로 농업 분야에 중점을 두고 있는데 향후에는 제가 볼 때 특히 수산업 분야에서 무한한 잠재력이 있다고 생각합니다. 그래서 아랍 국가에서 수산업의 현황이라든지 그다음에 수산업의 발달 가능성에 대해서 야야 박사님께서 좀 가능한 범위 내에서 설명을 해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 슈크란, 감사합니다.
Great. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your insightful comments, and I also appreciate that you shared many of the issues that Lebanon is currently facing, having served there and know the country imminently. Of course, not just issues of food insecurity, but fuel shortages, and of course how the explosion had an impact on their ability to store grain. We'll go last but not least. We will move to our third and final discussant, Dr. Ikran Yum. Dr. Yum received her PhD in Middle East Studies at the Institute of Arab and Islamic Studies at the University of Exeter, and she is currently working as an assistant of professor at the College of Liberal Arts at Dankook University. She's also worked previously as a policy advisor for the Korean MOFA, for the Korea Tourism Organization, and for KIEP. Please go ahead, Ms. Dr. Yum, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, I'm Ikran from Dankook University, and I'm teaching Arab and Islam and the Middle Eastern country about culture. Before I make a comment on our third session, I would like to make some comments on the first two sessions, because as a person who is studying about culture and the people in the Middle East, I was very delighted when the speakers emphasize cultural cooperation between Korea and the Middle East. Because people, they know that the importance of cultural exchange, the issues, the last issue that we deal after the political issues and economic issues. But as Dr. Abdulaziz pointed out, and he revealed a little bit of a secret of how important the relations of the people in the Middle East using majlis or diwaniyah, and in the culture, what we have to know is the people, because in the Middle Eastern countries, the system does not work. It's the people who decide everything. So in order to maximize the opportunity that we made through MOU we signed, for example, yesterday we made several MOU with Saudi Arabia, and also as presented in the first presenters with Qatar, we made a lot of MOU. But in order to realize the MOU, we have to make actual cooperation. We have to know the people. So MOU, if we do not want the MOU end with only paper, we have to do more things to make an effort to know and understand the culture. I like the Arabic saying that we interpret law to our friends and we apply the law to our enemy. That represents how the importance of people and the culture. And I would like to turn to the comments on the third session. And rather than asking some question, I'd like to highlight why we should concern about food and human security in the Middle East. And the third session focuses on especially food security. And I'd like to emphasize why we should concern about the matter of the food security in the Middle East within the framework of human and social security. And this is because the threatening factors of the human security that is interconnected and globalized. It means the problems of the Middle East does not only stay within the Middle East, but it will become our own problem as well. Human security means a freedom from fear and necessity. And the UN defines the human security in 7 areas. That is, economy, food, health, environment, individual, community, and politics. The human security issues in the international community began in 1990s with the end of the Cold War between the US and the Soviet Union. In a situation where there's no clear enemy that threatened national security, human security issues emerged because we actually faced everyday crime, terrorism, drug and refugee issues, and food security, and infectious disease. So I would like to make 2 points why the human security is so important. The first point is human security is interconnected. And as we have observed in the case of COVID-19, health security threatens the vulnerable group who cannot maintain social distance policy first, and then like a domino effect, their economic security and food security in turn. So given the nature of viral epidemic, its aftermath threatens entire community security. In addition to that, the infodemic increased hate politics among the people based on us and others, with misinformation and disinformation. So in other words, the threatening factors are operating in a vicious circle with each other. And the second point, what we have to pay attention is the interconnectedness of threat is globalized and internationalized. A nation's political, economic, and socio-cultural threats no longer exist independently. Rather, it affects other countries because globalization, and it has made human and material exchange unprecedentedly frequent. This means that threats to human security, such as epidemics, refugee issues, environment, climate change, international terrorism in a particular country, are not problems only in that country, but is spread and make an influence beyond national borders to other countries. So interconnectedness and internationality of the human security give enough reasons why we should care about human security issues in the Middle East. The Middle East is a region where national and human security are vulnerable. Residents of the Middle East are exposed to a variety of threats to human security. Some of human security problems in the Middle East stems from long traditions and customs, but most of them are caused by war, terrorism, lack of good governance, lack of democracy, people's distrust, and dissatisfaction with the government due to corruption and oppression, and the poor economic conditions and so on. However, what we should pay attention is that the problem of the Middle East, according to the principles of interconnectedness of human security, no longer end with their problem. As we have observed, Yemeni refugees in 2018 and Afghan refugee issues in the last year, it does not only end with their problem, it spills over to other countries as well. So what I would like to emphasize again, their issues does not end only their issues, it became ours. So we have to pay attention to their problems as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I really appreciate your comments, especially when you spoke earlier about MOUs and the difference between a signed MOU and an executed MOU. Sometimes we sign lots of things that don't get realized in our region. And also how you spoke and said how the problems in the Middle East don't stay in the Middle East, and you expanded on the concept of human security, which is quite important. We are actually finished out of time officially, but I think we should go to the audience for some questions first before we close the session. And we'll go to this gentleman here first.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you to the presenters. Thank you to the discussants. My name is Muhammad Anas Saidi. I'm a research assistant at the Knowledge Innovation Research Center at Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. My question is related to humanitarian aid. I know it's not directly the same as food security, but they're highly intercorrelated. And I would like to direct this question mainly to Mr. Tang and Ambassador Guan. So the problem with humanitarian aid, or it's not a problem, it's by nature humanitarian. What I mean is it should not be influenced by politics or political agendas. But the problem, for example, in my country of Syria or other countries that have ongoing conflicts is, let's call them the de facto authorities, are in some cases, or let's say in many cases, blocking the humanitarian aid that is coming to the people. In that case, how can the government or international organizations deal with these political problems? How can you solve the problem of humanitarian aid or depoliticizing humanitarian aid? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Tang?
Thank you for the question. If you don't ask me a question, actually I have a question, but actually not a question, maybe a comment. Your question is about the humanitarian assistance. What I think we need to do if humanitarian assistance is blocked, we would call all the stakeholders to sit down and communicate, have a dialogue, try to address this issue. Because humanitarian aid or assistance is really victims, refugees, they need. If they don't have the humanitarian assistance, they will face serious, vicious, much worsened situation of hunger, poverty, starvation, and even famine for many people. That will be the worst situation for all partners, for all stakeholders, not only for the government, but also for people or even people around it. Everybody will be affected. So that is my humble opinion. Now, I'd like to point out FAO is a specialized agency of the United Nations. It has a role and a mandate to address food security globally by working with its member countries. So the mandates are there, it's very clear, to address food security, to enhance nutrition, and to improve livelihoods of people. Not only for people who with hunger, but for all people. So FAO is working with all governments to address this issue. I'm very pleased to see that Ambassador Kwang Yung-tae, a very interesting intervention, particularly he's a farmer turned diplomat, produces fruits and vegetables. And he mentioned that the UN agencies, and if I'm not wrong, FAO is not there. FAO is not mentioned. And actually, FAO is the main leading UN agency to address food security. So hopefully in the future, if we have another chance, please include the FAO. If FAO is mentioned, and that I made a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's better to use yours.
Ambassador, go ahead.
개인적으로 저는 난민 문제에 누구보다도 관심이 많습니다. 그 이유가 제가 케냐에 근무할 때 다답이라는 세계에서 가장 커다란 난민 캠프에 제가 방문해서 하루 동안 쌀을 배급을 했던 기억이 났고, 그 다음에 케냐에 있을 때 세계에서 가장 난민 빈민촌의 하나인 키베라에 가서 재봉틀을 지원했던 기억이 납니다. 그리고 레바논에 근무할 때는 제가 몇 차례 시리아 국경에 있는 시리아 난민 캠프도 발견했고, 그 다음에 레바논 북부에 있는 시리아 난민들을 같이 면담했던 기억이 납니다. 그래서 그 난민들의 참상에 대해서 누구보다도 제가 잘 알기 때문에 난민 문제에 대해서 제가 인도적 지원에 대해서 특히 관심을 갖습니다. 근데 난민 문제 해결이라는 것은 정부 차원에서 해결에는 한계가 있습니다. 그래서 항상 아까 셴야오탕 선생님께서도 말씀하시는데 올 스테이크홀더가 같이 협심을 해서 특히 민간 부분에서 그 역할을 하고 정부 차원에서는 큰 틀에서 가능한 범위에서 펀드를 지원하든지 그런 형태로 해야 될 것 같고, 지금 현재 한국 정부에서는 시리아 난민의 경우에는 시리아 인접국인 터키, 요르단, 그 다음에 레바논 그 주변국의 국제기구를 통해서 상당량의 예산을 지원하고 있습니다. 근데 이제 정책적으로 난민과 관련해서 제가 기억나는 것은 난민들이 직접 갔을 때는 그 분들이 아주 필수적인 그 하루에도 버티기 어려운 그런 식량을 배급받고 있습니다. 그래서 케냐에서 제가 하나 정책적으로 했던 것이 FAO하고 협력을 해서 케냐, 우크라이나, 에티오피아에 한국이 충분히 남아있는 쌀을 그때 지원했던 기억이 납니다. 그래서 그렇게 전향적으로 한 나라에서 잉여 농산물을 지원을 하면은 뮤추얼리 베니피셜 하기 때문에 되게 도움이 됐다고 생각합니다. 근데 무엇보다도 난민 문제라는 것은 인류애적인 세상에 남을 위해서 산다는 것이 아마 인간의 가장 고귀한 가치이고, 그것을 끌어내기 위해서는 제가 볼 때는 무엇보다도 여론이 중요할 것 같습니다. 그래서 저희가 퍼블릭 디플로머시를 통해서 그 난민 문제에 대해서 좀 더 전향적으로 그리고 적극적으로 홍보하는 노력이 중요하다고 생각합니다. 자, 이상 그냥 제 사견을 말씀드리겠습니다.
Great, thank you, Your Excellency. We have 2 more questions. We'll take them in one go, actually. So first question and second question. Please be brief so we give time for our panelists to respond.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for the organizer and the presenter, mediator, and the discussant also. My name is Jamal. I'm from the Iraqi Kurdistan Regional Government, Department of Foreign Relations. So my question is to Dr. Yahya regarding the impacts of the Russian and Ukrainian war. You very well mentioned regarding the food security and the impacts of Russia and Ukrainian war on almost most of the countries, especially the Middle East countries, as we are depending mainly to the Russia and Ukraine. But I want to know your point of view regarding the political impacts of Russia and Ukrainian war on Syrian crisis. As we are hosting a big number of Syrian refugees in our region and in Iraq in general, so do you think that Russia will think to find out the kind of, as Russia is a main player in Syrian crisis, do you think that Russia is going towards thinking out to find out a peaceful solution or at least a ceasefire in the Syrian crisis in order to concentrate mainly on the Ukrainian crisis? Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much. We'll take the second question as well.
Actually, this is not a question, but it is a testimony.
Maybe introduce yourself first.
Yes, of course. So my name is Wafa, 저는 Morocco 사람입니다. I'm actually here in Korea representing my country in a 3-month program that we'll achieve in December, discovering the Korean culture and language. Actually, before I came here, I was already familiar with the Korean culture, as I've already worked in the Korean field in my Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and also I've always been amazed by this country. I am very delighted to be here, and I am one of the examples of the Korean-Arab cooperation. It is already known that the Islamic and Arab-Korean cooperation is not new, but it finds its roots since more than a millennium, when many texts and documents, both Arab and Korean ones, proved the existence of the Silk Road of trade between between both sides. The existence also of a mosque in the Goryeo kingdom during the Goryeo dynasty, also as let's not forget also about the similarities between the Islamic calendar and Korean lunar calendar. So Korea is also a powerful country that has a lot of assets, and which I would like to highlight is the most important one is its soft power, as this latter has played a very crucial role in its political negotiations around the world. So I am very happy to be here in Korea, and I'm very thankful to have the opportunity to discover the beauty of Jeju-do Island, and for this I am thanking the Jeju-do government. Also, one more thing is my colleague and I, we are in the same program, and we're very amazed by your beautiful and unique country. Korea is very unique also because it is one of the few countries all over the world that has been successful in combining both of the environmental, social development, and also economical growth, which many of the countries find it very hard to combine both of them. So we're very delighted to be here, and thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you so much.
Fantastic. I'm glad you enjoyed. We have one happy customer, so great. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll go actually to our speakers now, to Professor Yahya first, and then finally to Lee, because there was a question on marine farming as well that was directed to you. Please.
I think I had a question from His Excellency Kwan Yong Da regarding aquaculture. I think it would be a great opportunity for the MENA region, especially if there is some collaboration with experts, because I think there is a lack of expertise in the region. I am familiar with some cases, although I'm by no means a specialist of aquaculture, but I know of some experiences that did not go too well because the expertise was lacking. And we should not forget that most of the MENA countries are coastal states. And so what your suggestion, I think implicitly, is that they should engage in aquaculture. And I think it would be a great idea, because even in the north, in northern Mediterranean, for instance, Greece is becoming a major player in aquaculture, because the Mediterranean is a polluted sea, and there are limitations even on fisheries and so on and so forth. So to answer your question, yes, a big yes. And I know, by the way, from experience, I want to mention the country where there used to be aquaculture a long time ago, and now it's been abandoned. So it needs, young people, especially, there's youth unemployment and so on. The governments, some governments are encouraging the youth to be involved in entrepreneurship and so on and so forth. That's one sector where young people can be involved. The second question is, my God, the $1 million question about Syria. Russia is not the only player in Syria. You have the United States as a player. Turkey is a major player. So whether one of them is, if you ask me just whether Russia would push for a peaceful solution, even if Russia did it, the other parts, I'm not sure, would do it. So it's a complex issue, and I don't think it's only in the hands of the Russians in this particular case.
Thank you, Professor Yahya. Go to final comment for Professor Lee.
First of all, I'd like to answer from His Excellency's question about the fisheries business in the Gulf countries. So while I preparation of the presentation today, I supposed to prepare the fishery businesses either, but I just removed the part because of the time consuming. But we, Korean companies, already focus on the fishery businesses in UAE because they try to launching the foreign investment and foreign technologies and foreign company like Korea, because Korea is evaluated recently very successful launching for the fishery market, fishery farms in their own country, in Korea. So UAE actually tried to enhancing their relationship, and also Oman preparing the businesses with Korean companies. So that's why that's what I want to talk about it. And thank you for having me here today.
Thank you very much. I think this concludes our panel. I'll hand over to our MC.
Thank you very much. So this ends our final session of today's forum. Once again, let's thank the moderator, the speakers, and the panelists for the fruitful discussion and the presentations. Now let's give a big round of applause once again to the speakers, panelists, and the moderator. Now we will proceed with the closing ceremony of today's forum. So could the moderator, speakers, and panelists please step down from the stage and return to your seats on the floor. Thank you very much. Now we will proceed with the closing ceremony of today's forum. Now let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Han In-taek, the president of Jeju Peace Institute, as he will deliver his closing remarks. Thank you very much.
네, 안녕하십니까. 제주평화연구원 한인택 원장입니다. 오늘 우리가 10시에 시작했는데요. 지금 시간까지 오랫동안 자리를 지켜주신 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 올해로 한중동 협력 포럼이 18차례를 맞습니다. 매해 한중동 협력 포럼은 국제 정세의 변화에 발맞추어 한국과 중동의 협력 증진 방안을 논의해 왔습니다. 오늘날 우리는 우크라이나 전쟁, 미중 경쟁, 팬데믹, 기후 변화 등 심각한 갈등과 위협을 마주하고 있습니다. 이러한 갈등과 위협을 극복하기 위해 오늘 우리는 상생과 공영의 번영을 위한 미래지향적 한중동 파트너십 구축을 위한 방안을 논의했습니다. 네, 오늘 포럼을 통해서 한국과 중국은 과거와 같은 원유, 건설 등의 분야를 넘어 차세대 청정에너지, 또 첨단 미래산업 분야까지 그 협력의 지평을 넓히고 있음을 확인할 수 있었습니다. 하지만 오늘의 논의는 시작에 불과하다고 생각합니다. 오늘을 계기로 한국과 중동의 평화롭고 발전적인 미래를 위한 지속적인 소통과 논의가 계속되어야 한다고 생각합니다. 2003년부터 이 포럼을 후원해 주신 대한민국 외교부, 그리고 행사를 공동 주최해 주신 한국-아랍소사이어티, 그리고 이번에 새로운 파트너이신 카타르의 국제중동위원회, 그리고 오늘 포럼의 성공을 위해서 참석해 주신 아랍 대사님 여러분들, 그리고 세션에서 사회와 발표, 토론을 맡아주신 참가자 여러분들, 그리고 무엇보다도 지금 시간까지 남아서 이 회의를 지켜봐 주시는 모든 분께 감사의 말씀을 드리고, 여러분을 통해서 이 포럼이 뜻깊고 중요한 행사가 되었음을 다시 한번 말씀드리겠습니다. 포럼의 성공적인 개최를 위해 수고해 주신 여러분께 감사를 드리며 내년에는 카타르에서 다시 뵙게 되기를 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, for your closing remarks. And this wraps up our forum for today. I hope that the issues and the presentations that we covered in today's forum, as well as the discussions of the panelists, will help enhance the development and cooperation of all the fields from politics, economy, culture, and society for Korea and the Middle East countries. Now, this officially brings us to the very end of today's 18th Korea Middle East Cooperation Forum. Once again, thank you to all the honorable guests for being here with us today until the very end. I would like to wish you health and happiness and have a great evening. Also, we would appreciate it if you could please return your interpretation receivers. Please place them in front of the desks before you leave. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.